and Ira. On the corner. Real talk corner.
Real Entertainment Network.
Ira and Reese. The talk is still real. We still on the corner. We gonna touch on some topics.
SKN. We got topics. Let's have a discussion. The people got questions. The people want answers. Yeah, we got topics. Let's have a discussion. The people got questions. The people want answers. Yeah, it's real talking. It's real talk. It's real talking. It's real talk. It's real talking. Real talk. It's real talking. Real talking.
Ira and Reese.
Dynamic duo.
Talk is still real. We still on the corner.
Real talk
We
corner.
gonna touch on some topics.
It's real talking, it's real talk. It's real talking, it's real talk. It's real talking, real talk. It's real talking, real talking.
Check it out.
I really look like you're struggling tonight, boy.
Yeah, no business that. Everything good.
Everything good?
Everything good, man. No going on.
Everything good. I just here pouring myself some water. Excited about the conversation we're about to have. And everything is good on my end. You know, I can't complain.
Nice. Good to hear that, huh?
Yeah. How's the family? How's everything?
And everybody good. You know what I mean? Can't
Yeah.
complain, you know. We got life. We're still living. So I'll be ungrateful if I be complaining.
Okay. Well, try why you lively up yourself. I want you to talk to the people and the people them know who we have tonight and what's going on.
Oh no, well, tonight we're gonna be joined by a musical genius. Somebody who has been behind the musical scene for quite some time. As a producer, as an engineer, and I work in different facets. Well, now he decided to come on the corner to talk to us. And I mean, he has been on the platform before, but has never been here by himself to tell us his story. So
Yeah.
tonight we're gonna be linking up with Masa Blue, Corey Tyson of the core entertainment group, and we're gonna find out some things. Cause a lot of things going on, so he got to come and talk.
Oh yeah. We got a long journey to go through, and then we're gonna hear
Definitely.
what you have. Well, we're gonna come to the present day. Hey, just remember, Masa Blue is one word. Masa Blue is one word. I just learned that tonight. Anyway, let me not hold up the talk too much. Corey,
Hey, what's
how
up?
are you? Good.
I am
Good.
I'm good.
Good.
Let me
Yeah.
try to adjust myself so I could be in the center of the shot.
You're gonna be in the center of the shot right now, man. Don't worry about that. You
Yeah,
know what?
well,
Let me
the
just.
true shot look kind of, but
Yeah, you're over here right
yeah,
now. Over here.
yeah,
But yeah, just
yeah.
spin your chair a little bit, because then when we change the shot, once you start to tell your story, and you become the main focus of the conversation, you're gonna be in the center regardless. Bless up yourself,
Let me sit
Joel.
up.
Yeah, so Corey, welcome. I know you've been here before, as we said. We had you here on a panel. So those who are joining now, you're just asking that you share the live, because Corey has contributed a lot to the musical industry and more, the cultural industry overall for Nevis and Sinkits too. So this is a story that I think others would be interested in hearing on Corey and how he got to where he is right now. Corey is known for core, he's known for country kitchen, he's known for road march, and he's known for dissing people about wrong child. But we're gonna let Corey just tell us a little bit. Well, probably gonna be a lot about himself. Corey, you could start from childhood, come up, how you got into the music industry, where the love came from, the different journeys and different bands, background, all of that. Don't be shy. We're here to listen to you.
Okay.
You know what I mean? A good night to the viewers.
Yeah. Well, good night, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me on. For those of you who may not know, when it comes to talking about music and the music business and so, I like to talk about it. It's truly a passion of mine. So, as with everything else, once you're passionate about something, you're gonna always have a lot to say on the topic, right? So, my journey started. Well, for sake of this conversation, I'm gonna start it in um in 1988. I'm gonna date myself. 88. I was about to go. I was about to go to. I was about to go to high school. Um, and for Christmas present, I remember asking um, asking my parents for a keyboard for my Christmas, and I was promised the keyboard once my grades were good. Um, I did get into 1A1 and so forth. Grades were up, so I got a keyboard.
Well,
It was
Corey,
a yes.
why you wanted a keyboard
Um.
and not
Okay.
a
Well, let me
radio
back. Well,
car?
see.
Yeah, you go back up a little bit more.
No, no. I wanted a keyboard. I wanted a
Okay.
keyboard. But let me back up a little bit, and then I'm gonna get back to the
Mm-hmm.
keyboard. I started doing my music career really well. My journey in music started with my father having all equipment at home. My father loves music. Always had records and musical instruments around. Guitars, basses, synthesizers, organs, all kind of things my father used to have. I used to mess around with them. I lived next door to Miss Henry, who teach music, taught piano. So I did go to a couple of classes by Miss Henry.
Mm-hmm.
However, Miss Henry was a devout Christian, and I wanted to play Burning Flames and jam band and so forth on Miss Henry
Mm-hmm.
piano, and Miss Henry was not having that. So my formal piano lessons ended quite abruptly, right?
Mm.
So I was self-taught, but I begged for the keyboard. I got the keyboard, but little did I know, on that keyboard, it allowed for programming a rhythm. Could have programmed one rhythm at a time. I had a bunch of different percussion sounds, um, and I used to bang away at this keyboard and try to make beats and so on. Um, it was the same Christmas when I got the keyboard that legendary Macefield Nisbet.
Yeah.
He came by my father to try to pick up something, something along the lines, and me being a fan of music, and I knew who Macefield was. Macefield was the keyboardist for it was Eclipse band at the time, um, backing up Calypsonians and so forth. I took the opportunity to try to show off what I could do on my keyboard on my new
Mm-hmm.
Christmas toy for Macefield, and Macefield, um, being the guy that he was like, "Come, let me show you something, man." And he showed me how to program a calypso beat. He went through the steps, kick, snare, hi hat. This is
Mm-hmm.
how you run the percussion, the congos, and so forth. And he programmed that, and that stayed in the keyboard for as long as current stayed on. Current went off, erased the pattern, and I had to learn how to do it myself. And
That's how it work.
that really, yeah, that's how the keyboard worked at that time.
Oh.
You know, batteries were expensive, recent era.
Mm.
So you can't always have batteries in the keyboard. Current gonna go off and the thing gonna get wiped. So yeah, that started my trend, my journey. I was lucky. I I have to say, I gotta give thanks to people like agriculture teacher Abo, and Albert Manners as well. Albert
Mm.
Manners was in the Magnets band, and he also taught agriculture. He taught me agriculture at one point in time as well. But these two gentlemen, um, teachers of mine, um, couldn't get a break from us, man. A group of us who were like into bands and so on at the time. Our pastime was to be in the back of the behind the lab, to the back of the school,
Mm.
um, listening to live music on Walkmans and so on, and arguing about band and arguing
Mm.
about rhythm and that kind of thing. And we were relentless with Abo and Alberic. And somehow I convinced Mr. Manners to lend me his Grey Alesis, his HR-16
What?
for a weekend.
What's that?
Yeah, man. Uh,
What's that? What's
a
that?
drum
What is
machine.
that? Oh,
A
okay.
drum machine. Yeah, a classic
Mm.
drum machine. Alesis HR-16. A
Okay.
staple of jam band music. Um, and he lent me that RX, I mean that HR, and boy, I was like a kid in candy
Hmm.
store, and yeah, that was it. Um, so, a few of us would have um, pooled some money together. I remember um, who it was. Them times, Mikey Mills was with Roughnecks band,
Mm.
and they had drum machines and so forth, and Wahan and them guys. Um, and me and Mikey were always cool. You know, Mikey would lend me the RX machine, and we program our own rhythm them, and we would have jam sessions in the hall at Gingerland. Many people who went to school with us would remember those days of the jam sessions in the hall, or in the craft center, in the canteen. Man, we used to do quart jam and 50 cent jam and dollar jam and them kind of things here.
You mean you
I
pay
remember,
quarter, you pay quarter and 50 cents to come in?
come again, yeah, man,
But that,
come walk up at for 15 minutes.
a
Come
big
jam
money
for half an hour.
for
Yeah,
break
man.
time?
Yeah, break time or lunch. What we used to do, we used to time like around this term when there's like
Mm.
sports.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, yeah, we would the greenhouse fete would always be the fete because
Mm.
yeah, we got our little school band called Hot Shots.
Mm.
We
Hot
would be in there
shots.
jamming.
So that's the first
Hot
band you were
Shots,
in
yeah.
officially?
First band was officially Hot Shots,
Okay. Hot
and
shots. Band one.
yeah, yeah, band number one Hot Shots. And I remember towards my fifth farm year, um, man, we used to make so much money that I remember that um, I didn't have to ask my parents for money anymore for lunch and so on. Because we used to
Wow.
got yeah, we used to got a good amount of money, mind you, three
Yeah, yeah,
dollars
yeah.
back then
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
could have gone a long way.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, we had a lot of money. Um, just by the support of the students and
Mm.
so on. I remember one time, um, we used to think we were smart. Um, we used to organize like concerts,
Mm-hmm.
school concerts, end of term concerts, and we would get permission to practice for the concert,
Yeah.
right?
These
And
air
that
quotes.
is how we, yeah, that is
These
how we
air
used to
quotes.
get access. Yeah, that's how we used to get access to the craft center and so on to
Yeah.
to do the sessions. We used to be smart with it. No, we used to time practice sessions for when Charlestown got walkathon, and them times yeah, CSS used to do walkathon island wide. Used to walk around the island,
Mm.
and man, we would time the thing perfectly for when Charlestown students passed in Gingerland, heading back into town, and we would have recessions, and yeah, man, good times. Um, so after finishing high school,
But what would happen there? They
after
would the walkathon would pause for a bit, and you would get like a session, and then
for many,
oh,
the walkathon would have been ended at
ended.
that point, because yeah, because there's no way you're walking back into
Yeah,
town. If you're one of the cool kids,
yeah.
you would cut the walkathon and you would come and jam at Gingerland with
That was the point. That was
with
the
hot
point.
shots.
We can walk
Yeah,
to Gingerland,
yeah,
and then we
right,
can stay.
right,
Yeah. Okay,
right,
continue
right.
the story.
Yeah. So when I finished high school, um, well, yeah, my fifth year of high school, um, that was the first. That was the first year that we actually went on the road once again. I gotta say thanks to people like Pharaoh and Suti Byron. Those guys were running Culture Am at the time, and they would have given us a little opportunity here and there to play in the village on the off nights. Um, and we did go into town, play in the village. Um, I even went as far as I don't know, but I don't know how we did it. We
Hot
rented
Shots
that we
played in the
rented
Cultural Alma Village. School
yeah,
band
we
playing the
played
Cultural
Culture Am
Alma
Village.
Village.
Yeah. Them times DJ Zimba
Mm.
and like Venti and those guys were the big DJs, and they had sound systems and so on. They would allow us to use the sound system, or if they were DJing, they would give us a do. Prior to that, we'd have played at like official real school concerts. Um, when the school would have like moonlight promenade and that sort of thing. We would do a quick thing on DJ Marshall system or something like that.
Okay.
But upon finishing school, I don't know. I don't know what got into us, but we were really aggressive. It was guys like myself, um, Romeo Blake of blessed memory, um, Lester Liebert, Garlic, George Hunkins, um, yeah, Adisa Lapia, Bam. This was Hot Shots, and somehow we convinced Ronnie Rascal to rent us his sound system. I don't know how. I don't know how how we did that. I don't know what Rascal was thinking to
Yeah.
um to
In
rent
a
a bunch
school
of young
band.
fellas. Yeah, but
Yeah.
he
I love the entrepreneurial
Rascal
spirit.
came. Yeah, Rascal came up. Rascal came up, and I think he would charge us a whopping $1,500.
Wow.
And boy, we um at them times they were really, the entrepreneurs,
Yeah.
and we don't know how we compare Rascal, but all we know we were a jam,
Yeah.
and we did Juve. Um, we started
Ju-
somewhere
wait,
on the waterfront there. Juve in town, yeah.
let's
We play on the road,
school band.
hot shots, school band, and we
Impressive.
made one or two laps. We made one lap around town, and I remember we got as far as where Banca Nevis is right now. And coming up, when we're coming up, just about to hit the treasury, the corner was a little deeper than it is now, right? By the treasury. And I remember when we bust that little corner there and we look up where Buddies is right now, it was Batter
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
When we look up, Smarlax band coming down, boy, and Smarlax got the crowd and the man rooting, and everybody on the band except for everybody on the truck except for me and Bam jump off the truck, get the punk out, jump off the truck, and left me and Bam up there because back at that time Bam was doing was running the rhythm and stuff, and I was playing keyboard, and me and Bam was like, let's go Clash, we're going up. And
I didn't know that.
the truck driver at the time was, yeah, man. We had one class, mind you. What we know about clashing? School band, bunch of young fellas. What we know about clashing? The small acts we talking about, and small acts in the prime, we ready. But the truck man was like, "Why no? Yeah, I ain't doing that." And he met me right, and he went down on the waterfront, and that was that.
Wow. Wow. So
after Culture Armor.
China get to slaughter small acts.
After, no man, boys, no. I think you would have been the next way around. But you know, we had the heart of a lion, man, and we wanted to go up.
Yeah,
too. But after that Culture Armor, I want to believe, by sending a bill to Suti. Whatever the bill is, Suti watch the bill and run a red line to it, and then write on $500 on the bottom.
What?
So no, we all, yeah. This is after us playing like twice in the village and trying to do Juve.
That was because you're on school band.
Yeah,
that was the
young
going
fellas,
rate at the time.
School band, y'all just come in. I got prior dues. Take this $500 and cool.
Well, at least you get pep on time. Someone like that means.
Right. We got $500 and boy, we had old rascal. Almost $1,000. Boy, I never fry so much chicken. George Hunkins and I and Garlic, you know, anytime we go down memory lane and we start talking about it, boy, we do some hustling. We fry some chicken, we do some black party and them kind of things, and you know, we pay off Rascal.
But Rascal was cool about it.
Yeah, but this is Rascal, eh? And you know, you gotta look at it. You gotta look at it from the perspective of a bunch of young fellas. Rascal was, in our mind, the biggest DJ in St. Kitts Nevis. Right? And Rascal came up to Nevis with two. He rode them. I remember one of them was Biggers, and somebody else. And boy, that man was so threatening. I swear, I want to.
Wait, what?
I want to leave. I cry, and Rascal was like, yeah, he gonna get he liar and that kind of thing. I mean, mind you, in hindsight now, and now building a different kind of relationship with Rascal, I could look back and say, "By Rascal was just being Rascal."
Okay.
You know, yeah, just being, you know, funny. But Rascal got this kind of serious face. Eh? You don't know if he's joking or not.
For a reason, right?
Yeah, and then times the Rascal guy song, you know, if you're feared by a dog and all kind of thing. So, you know, Rascal is supposed to be this gangster, and boy, yeah, we fry up some chicken and so on, and we pay off Rascal. But at that time, there was also after Hot Shots, you know, I struggled with Hot Shots for a while. Up until about 94, about a year and a half or so, struggled trying to gain some traction, but we just couldn't shake the school band vibe. Nobody was taking us serious.
Yeah.
By that time, drummer, aka Tony, from who was the drum machine man for Masters, would have moved on to Anguilla. He would have come back here with a band called Multisound out of Anguilla and decided to stay. So it was him and Roach who stayed in Nevis. They didn't go back with the band, and they took over a band that was budding out of Brownhill called Nature Rise.
Never heard of these
Um,
bands.
Nature Rise, yeah, Nature Rise was owned by a gentleman by the name of Nature. Um, Initially, in that band, they had people like Rascap and Yamhead and some Labes and some of them older fellas and so on. So he took over. He took over Nature Rise. He would have He would have taken Romeo away from me as far as
Mm.
the bass player. Romeo went to play with him.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so Hotshot struggled for a while, and then Tony and Nature and them guys fell out in like 94 or so,
Mm.
95, somewhere around that. And that is when Tony and I had link up, and he was like, yeah, he wanted to do his own band, so let us farm Wildfire. He would have
Yeah.
gotten Judith on board, Judith from Ultra Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Judith came on as a benefactor,
Got you.
investor, and she bought us some stuff. She bought the system. I would have sold a keyboard of mine that I bought. I would have sold that, and I would have bought my drums.
Mm.
And we found Wildfire. I was then playing drums, Romeo on bass, Tony on keyboard, and Roach was singing at that time. So it was a four-man band. So we did Wildfire up until I left for school in '96. I went to the States in '96. After I left, that's when Duku B joined Wildfire in
Okay.
'96 after I left.
So what are
And
some of the
yeah,
hits that
I went on to New
you
York.
did with Wildfire?
Well, we only did Wildfire. We only did one album,
Yeah.
and the only hit song after that album I would want to say was a tune called Simon Say. Simon Say,
Simon,
jump.
sir.
Yeah, say yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you weren't.
If you
So
don't,
Wildfire had a song called Tramping, right? But you
yeah,
weren't in Wildfire at that
that was
time?
after the.
That wasn't me?
No, I
Okay.
wasn't. No,
Got you.
that was
Okay.
that song would have come out in Champion would have been 97, I think, either 97 or 98, 97.
I feel like
So
I
yeah,
could
I left.
remember you in Wildfire.
Yeah,
But it would have been like
the band.
small.
Yeah, I would have only played for like a year or so because I left for school
Hmm.
August '96. Wildfire would
Okay.
have started like early '96, maybe late '95, because I remember playing, like at the Sailing Regatta, couple places. Well, yeah, yeah. So I went off to the States to go to school.
Mm-hmm.
Was relatively quiet for a little while because I didn't know anybody except for Patrick Howell. At least anybody in the music business.
Got you.
Patrick Howell would have done a brief stint with Hot Shots just before Hot Shots was dismantled. He did a brief stint as a vocalist with Hot Shots, and maybe I should say right now that I find that I've always been aggressive in
Mm-hmm.
trying to market and push the music because I took Hot Shots to Montserrat without an invitation. We decided we want to go to Montserrat. I think they would have had Leeward Island Debating Society down here, and Hot Shots would have probably do something there. And a couple of the students were like, "Oh, the band is good. Yeah, I should come to Montserrat." And it was like, "Okay, bet." And
Mm-hmm.
we
Yeah.
we found our way to Montserrat. Made some links, and we did 2 or 3 sessions in Montserrat. We went for a weekend.
Wow. How old
I would have,
at this time? This time you were hot shot growing up or still hot shot
yeah,
school band?
hot shots, going up because I would have been out of school,
Okay.
but then I
Okay,
would
okay,
have
okay.
been 16, 17,
Oh, you still
16,
were
somewhere around
minor.
there. I finished, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
but aggressive,
Yeah, yeah.
aggressive.
Yeah, cool. Okay.
Would have taken hot shots to Anguilla as well.
Wow.
Yeah,
Big up
we
yourself.
1 year, yeah, man, 1 year, during that spate of time, Muzzington Brothers came to Nevis one time, and I befriended Dexter, the keyboardist, and William Baxman, and Muzzington was jamming on the road, and yeah, he let me come up, and I was playing alongside them, and he let me plug up my the hot shots rhythm box, and I was running some hot shots rhythm and so forth, and they were like, yeah, you guys need to come Anguilla and so I was like, yeah, bet again. And we went to Anguilla, self
Yeah.
self finance.
Wow.
But yeah, so
The love, the love,
after
the
going to New
love.
York, yeah, after going to New York, um I was introduced to the BQE team through Patrick, because Patrick was doing a gig. Patrick was doing a gig with them as a bass player, right? He would have bought a bass and was really practicing, and he got into the band as bass player,
Wait. Let me ask you
and
a question about hot shots. You guys didn't record anything?
we had yeah we got we did 3 songs. Come to think of it,
You still
our
have them now?
first song was why now.
Oh, so the last.
They're somewhere, no, they're not last. They're somewhere over Van Radio. Van Radio has them. It's just a matter of finding them. But Van Radio has them. We'd have done a groovy song called Wine Your Waist, and then we did a power song called Chinese, which I kind of hinted at later on. I did in a core medley I did later on. I put a piece of it in it, and then we did another song with Bujo Plum singing, because he would have
Okay.
he would have joined Hot Shots for a while. Tell you, I was very aggressive as far as trying to poach members.
I see you.
I was able to get Bujo to come and sing with Hot Shots for a little while.
No large.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so now
yeah.
you're in New York. Is New York you went
Yeah. So now
overseas too?
So I went to New York, joined BQE. I would have said I joined BQE in '97. Started going around the band, because I would have picked up a lot. I would have picked up a lot from Tony, from drummer. I would have picked up a lot, because he had a lot of experience. He's coming from Grandmasters. He's coming from Multi-Sound. Spent some time in Anguilla, and me picking up how to mix to get that big band sound. How to program to get that big band sound. I pick up all of that through Tony. So by the time I got to New York, I was eager to show off what I had picked up.
What you would define as the big band sound? Like the big band sound. Versus to what you were
Like
doing before.
sounded,
What was the difference? Is it just
how you mix the different drum machines.
oh, gotcha then.
How you make because this is the era before samplers and so on. And for the sake of the audience, to get that jam band sound, and I don't mean jam the band, I mean jam band
This style of
pep.
music.
To get that kind of sound, there's certain drum machines that you had to get, and you had to use the correct sounds out of each one to get that sound.
Got you.
And then you had to mix it a certain way And that is something that I never got through Hot Shots. That's something that the newest bands at that time never had either. And I think this is what really set Wildfire apart from all of the other bands prior, is that Wildfire had that bigger sound, sound that was comparable to the small axe, the small axes and the underground masters. So I was able to pick that up, and once I got to New York, I remember the first time me going into the band house. I went in there just to go and hang out, but I started messing around on the drum machines and the mixing board and so forth. I would have asked for permission to rewire the sound system, and so on. And the owners of the band at the time were really impressed with the sound, because that was something that New Yorkers, the stateside people, would only experience when visiting bands came.
Yeah.
Right, the local bands at the time were, for lack of a better term, they were softcore.
No
They
pun
didn't have that
intended.
kind of, yeah. So they really liked that sound, and they invited me into the band. Via, who is the major shareholder in the band, I really gravitated to me and me to him. Up to this day, I call him Daddy Via, Daddy Toko, because he really took me in, not only musically, but personally. He made sure that I was okay. Had some place to live, things to eat, money in my pocket, that sort of thing. And I really put my all into building BQE. I still had some of the aggression in me, and I was able to poach the best talent that I had around. I had people in other bands and so on, which I was able to persuade to come over to BQE. So I was able to build. We were able to build a solid team, a real strong team, right?
Listening, paying attention.
Yeah, and yeah, we walked the New York scenes. Played alongside all of the visiting bands from St. Kitts, Nevis, Antigua, the Virgin Islands, and I think that is where I started networking, and people started to know who I was,
Yeah.
because as I said, before BQE, before BQE,
You're a
the
hot shot.
local bands, the local bands didn't have that kind of
Including BQE.
energy. Yeah, including BQ before me,
Yeah.
or before us. Let me not
So
say
before
before us.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah. You
yeah, yeah,
BQE existed
yeah. They
before
didn't
you,
have
so
that.
before you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
before me. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
They didn't have that kind of energy, and we really took it to a new level. Started hosting our own functions, doing dances, doing our own promotions. As I said, we played alongside all of the greats: Jam Band, Burning Flames, CK, um, Small Axe Masters, New Vibes at the time. Um, everybody who was everybody. Once you come into New York or coming through stateside, you're gonna play with BQE, because BQE gonna do all of the carnivals. We're gonna do Miami Carnival. We're gonna do Atlanta. We're gonna do DC. We're gonna do Boston. We're gonna do we're gonna do all of the carnivals, because it's cheaper to fly us from New York than to bring up a band from down here. Um, and of course, the tensions started to build, because a lot of the touring bands, um, they started to travel a little less, because promoters or people who were doing events realized that they could get the same kind of energy, same kind of vibe from BQE. So the bigger bands would only come up on special occasions now. Yeah, so yeah, man, we don't have beef. We don't have beef with Smarlocks. Don't have beef
Beef? Like real
with
beef?
yeah,
Musical beef, you mean?
yeah, man, musical
Beef
beef.
beef.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no, no.
Because I know sometimes there's
No,
a thin line between musical beef and actual
yeah, well,
beef.
tensions gonna rise. At in some cases, it would be a stipulation to some of the promoters that the band they can't book whatever band because um, if they're gonna hire BQE because the kind of impact that they would want to have
Yeah.
once we open up won't be as significant as if it was another band if it was them alone and that sort of thing. So yeah, tensions were tight during them times, yeah. So I would have played with BQE up until 2006,
Mm-hmm.
2005, 6.
That's a
And
long run. That's a long
yeah,
run.
yeah, almost,
Yeah.
almost, almost 10 years.
You
Well,
almost
it
made
was
a
10 years
decade with
actually.
them.
Yeah, it was 10. It was 10 years actually.
So you
Um,
start before
um,
1997 then? Can you say you started with them
I started,
1997?
yeah, 97. Yeah, so it was like, yeah, it was almost 10. It was almost 10.
Okay.
Um, when I started to make plans to come home, that was come back to Nevis. That was after me spending um 10 years in New York. I always really wanted to only spend 10. So the New York started to get to me. I really wanted to come back home. And that started to take a little toll on me. Got a little frustrated and fed up with the band and not progressing. Felt a little stagnant. So
Okay.
I would have left the band. I would have left the band. I was struggling with some personal things as well. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I would have left the band, and in my downtime, within my last year or so in New York, um, I started with not having a band. I started doing a lot of remixes. I dabbled in the
Okay.
DJ.
I
I
see what you're
dabbled in
saying.
the DJ thing as well. Cause I had a name. I had the Master Blue brand. People
Okay.
knew
Pause.
that name.
Where you get Masa Blue from? Where did Masa Blue come about? Because we hear
Um,
that story and you don't get the
it's a
name.
it's a simple story. Playing in
Mm-hmm.
BQE, I can't remember what the event was, but there was a jam session. I think it was with either Burning Flames or something like that down
Mm-hmm.
in the warehouse or something like that. And I remember I had on an all blue outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, don't judge. This was early 2000s. Um,
You just
no,
want to be
not
like
not
this
not not
guy.
not even not even early 2000s. This is late,
Your
yeah,
shoes
early
and all been
2000s, late
blue?
90s. Tell you right down everything, blue hat, everything, and
Oh.
on stage, and um, the MC or the host of the event was
Mm-hmm.
just trying to be funny, and he was like, "Yeah, Master Blue licking the rhythm.
Mm.
There we go. Master Blue got on all this blue. Master Blue come licking the rhythm and
Oh,
start the session. And the rest of the band just thought that was funny.
yeah.
And for the rest
Of
of the
course it's
night,
stuck.
they were teasing me. Uh, Anytime the band would wheel out, that
Mm-hmm.
would be the thing. Master Blue licking the rhythm, and yeah, and it kind of just stuck. It just kind of stuck from there.
I got you. Okay then. So you had your name of yourself, you were DJing, Master Blue.
Yeah.
You did
So
remixes.
yeah, doing the remixes.
Mm-hmm.
When I left the band, of course I still had my drum machine and so forth. So I was one of the
What kind
first
of drum
DJs.
machine you're working with right now? Because you would have
Oh,
been through different type of drum machines along the line, right?
yeah.
And different type of
Them
equipment and
times,
so.
them times, I was using the MPC 4000
Okay.
because I would have went through all of them. I would have went through the drum machines, got my first 2000,
I don't even know why
Well, I
Reese
got
is
the
shaky
3000.
head.
I got the 3000.
Mm-hmm.
And then for short stint, and then we got a 2000. Then I got the 2000 XL. Then I got the 4000. Then I went back to using a 4000 and an XL. So
But,
my last days of BQ, I was using a 4000 or 2000 XL.
but Reese, why you shake your head?
No man, like I just listening to so this machine when I hear the man say 4,000, 4,000 was a headache box for me, but never
Oh,
like the 4,000 a day in my life.
okay,
I
okay. It's
I
a
still
music
love it.
thing.
I mean, I don't have mine to hand, but I still have mine. I love that machine.
Yeah,
I love it. I know a lot of people don't like it. But I was a techie. Um, Actually, that's how after all the small axe beefing and so forth, that's how me and Kelly kind of got tight. Because after small axe got theirs, he used to call me all the time. MSN messenger message me
Mm,
at the time,
okay, okay,
and
okay, okay.
and we would go through and he would ask me how to do this and blah blah blah. So with me DJing, I was one of the first to start to use a laptop to DJ.
Really?
I
What year
started using
this?
the laptop in this is in 2007 8
Okay, okay, okay. Got you.
2007, yeah, 2007 2008. Masa Blue guy his laptop. I would have
Mm-hmm.
make my own remixes, whether it's soca or zouk or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I would got me rhythm loops them, my rhythm them, and I would go out and I blaze in rhythm and I mix in song. This is way before anybody else doing it.
And you're still
Um,
doing it?
yeah, 6.2, my partner DJ 6.2. Them times the 6.2 was still using CDJs, and he had a sampler that he used to. I had to give with him and so, but he used to get his sampler. But I had me with him them, and I would think, and I would be turning up house parties and so on. I didn't really want to be a DJ. Um, I was only doing it for the fun to keep me active. So I
Yeah.
would only do like I would only do like house parties and small clubs and so. I ain't gonna do no big events and so on.
Yeah,
I
and
think
I've
that was
never
outside.
never heard of
Yeah, that was
Master Blue
outside
the
of my
DJ
league.
before. Ever.
No, cause I ain't gonna talk on the mic. Me ain't gonna mic man.
Yeah.
Well, I like Junior used to come around. Junior Labor used to come around and say he's the mic man.
Okay.
But yeah, anyway, yeah, just house parties and so on. And then I came back home. Well, I forgetting a little piece of my story.
Go back. And
2007. Um, 2007, I would have been home just before Culturama. Um, I think, yeah, I can't remember what I was here for, but I was in Nevis like mid June, somewhere around there. And at the time, Abo had his studio. Abo and I remained really close, really good, because I used to help him out with the studio and getting him into the computer side of things and so on. And
mm,
so one night I was by Abo while I was here, and there was this young band in the studio working on an album. It was Odyssey, and I was like, "Yo, this band got a vibe.
mm-hmm.
This band got a vibe." And I remember asking them to mix a song for them, and I would have mixed Lego the Breaks. Abo mixed all the other songs on the album. I mixed Lego the Breaks,
Okay.
just because I really wanted to work with this band. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Exchange contacts with them guys, and we talk MSN Messenger, that kind of thing. So when I moved back home the following year in 2008,
Mm-hmm.
after giving it some thought, I would have
Is when
gotten approached by. Go ahead.
Rohan for
No,
Casanova?
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
this is part. Yeah, some of that, some of that was in some of that was in a little song I made a little later.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's like a
Um,
little history lesson, by the way. That
yeah,
song.
yeah, yeah. In 2008, when I came back,
Mm-hmm.
I think the some of my credits would have preceded me, and I got approached to work with everybody, Casanova, Ultra, Casanova and Ultra at the time.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and I was like, I really, I really liking this. I really liking the young band,
Mm-hmm.
and I they didn't ask. I went and I told them, fellas, I want to work with y'all.
Okay.
I want to I want to yeah, I want to work with y'all. Whatever I could
I'm
do to help the band, I gonna do it.
seeing
Um,
a pattern with you. You insert yourself when you need to insert yourself. Like you don't need the
and
invitation. You take your
no, no,
opportunities
no.
when you see it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I went
No way.
and go ahead. So you had a
No, I was
question?
saying you don't waste any time at all. No time is not to
No,
be
no, no, no,
wasted.
no, no.
Yeah.
I spend a lot of time thinking, eh? And
Yeah.
once I make up my mind, I then act.
Remove. Okay.
Um, yeah. So I went
That's wise
and
advice.
I had a meeting with them guys, and I offered my services and whatever I had. I didn't have much equipment. I would have only had my 4,000 and a keyboard and some studio stuff and so on. And I was like, if Spain, if you want to use the 4,000, you can. Um, he held on to it for a while, and just like we said, he walk out there for he. I was
Mm-hmm.
like, cool. Um, but I realized, um, I said, listen, what we're gonna do, first thing we gotta do is work on um on making the band sound consistent,
Yeah.
right? Because I would have listened to the band a couple of times while I was here at Culturama before, and before me going making myself available to the band, I would have went and listened to the band, and I was like, yeah, the band sound good. The guys ain't playing all right. They ain't playing bad. But they had issue with sound,
Mm-hmm.
and they had issue with consistency.
Got you.
They will play today, and the sound will be okay. And then they play tomorrow, and the sound leaves a lot to be desired. So I said we're gonna work on that. Um, Sat down with Spain, and I would have realized that he would have had a good amount of dirty, dirty samples. Because them times you would be sampling from other people and so forth. But me with all of my connections and so forth, all of my sounds were pristine,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I would have given him all of my sounds, tell him take whatever you need, um, replace what you have, because you can't have a clean starting with the basics being dirty,
Mm.
right? So you gotta start there. Um, a couple of the fundamentals of um, your your drum machine have to sound good without anybody mixing it. If somebody have to mix your drum machine for it to sound good, then we have a problem,
Mm.
right? Set the mixer flat. Do whatever you have to do inside the machine. Make sure the machine is sounding good as you possibly can, and then we
Yeah.
start to mix it. Um, and I would have let them use my keyboard and whatever. And that was 2008. We started working on material. They would have had material already because I would have got here in like April. So they would have had some ideas and stuff for songs and so on. Um, and the same concept. I take it for production. I take the same concept with production as well. You have to start off with good quality sounds. You
Mm-hmm.
have to record your sounds properly. You can't you can't fix shit. I'm not saying that Odyssey had shit, please. But
Yeah.
you can't fix shit. You have to start off with something decent. So
Gotcha.
we
Gotcha.
took the time, tried to record as good as we could for the times, and learned some production techniques. Mixing, I'd mix that album for them, which would have been the Untouchable album for 2008. And we had a good showing. The band, what Odyssey killed
Remind
a
the
lot of
people,
bands with
remind the people some of the songs that would have been on the Untouchable album
on the
in
Untouchable.
2008. Mm-hmm.
Untouchable had Iron Band Jam, Go Gal, Pirates. What else was on that album there?
Tattoo,
Tattoo.
The Real Edge.
So, yeah. Do you want my love? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and them there. I
Okay.
also would have
That's a
done.
big
I
album.
also would have done I also would have done a rhythm that year too. The Sunglasses rhythm where I was able to get easy on it, X-Man on it, Garlic and Tebulous. Yeah, we had everybody from all the bands were on that rhythm that year.
And that on
And
YouTube?
so
That Sunglasses
yeah,
rhythm there
I
on
believe it.
YouTube?
Yeah, I believe it. I believe I did a mix. I had a mix with all the songs. I think I would have put it on YouTube.
Okay, I
Um,
ain't remember it.
yeah.
I gotta look it up.
When we did the tune for tune, Tabulous and Easy with us. That was the last song that we kind of did.
That's the one that
Um,
did Wine for Me Baby.
yeah, wine for me
Yeah,
slowly. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Tabulous one would have been Tabulous one would have been I can't remember. Yeah. Anyway, so between 2008, for the majority of 2008, um, Odyssey was way more consistent with the sound.
Mm-hmm.
About some of my aggressive tendencies, and we started not waiting for the band to get hired. So the band would do their own promotions. We used to jam. We used to jam down Penny's steady.
Mm-hmm.
We made Penny's our home,
The club.
as well as Dick's, yeah, Penny's Club,
Mm-hmm.
as well as Dick's Bar, Sand Crab Hole, and then the band really was really consistent, and it was really missing in the Nevis band scene at the time.
Mm-hmm.
When you come to an Odyssey session, you know what you're getting. You know how Odyssey gonna sound. Odyssey ain't gonna a bad night as far as doing what we gotta do. The song gonna be consistent, easy and Spain and them man they're gonna deliver.
Yeah.
You could say you don't like the band, but you can't say that tonight Odyssey ain't play like Odyssey. Odyssey was consistent.
That sound good.
Yeah, we had a good showing, and we had a good showing for Culturama. There was a little controversy with the road march. I think that year, I think Ultimate Band ultimately won the road match with Love Ultimate, but it was a tie. But Odyssey decided that they didn't want to tie with nobody, so ultimately Ultimate got it. So yeah, we had a good showing. 2008 dominated for the balance for the whole of 2009. Had a good showing for Culturama. That's when we followed up with with the the Seat Day album, the Sweetness album. That album
Mm.
had on Sweetness and One Style and Bado and
So
um,
in terms of you being a part of the Odyssey band, what was your role really in the Odyssey band?
at that point I was just mixing. I was just
Just mixing
engineering
the
for the
music.
band,
Okay.
and yeah, and doing the production and
Mm-hmm.
advising. That was it.
Gotcha.
I never took a
Gotcha.
picture. I never took a picture with the band. I always felt that the band should be the band, and yeah, you
So
don't need
you didn't feel like
to think.
you also felt like you weren't really a part of the Odyssey band then? So you never took a picture with
No,
them?
no, no.
You felt like you
Um,
were a part of the band, but you were
everybody,
just more in the back. The, like in
Yeah,
the
and
okay.
I was comfortable with that.
Yeah, yeah,
I was
yeah.
really comfortable with that. Um, everybody who knows me knows I was all about Odyssey. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I was able to we were able to capitalize early on social media. Odyssey, um, Odyssey, we took full advantage of Facebook, the growing
Mm-hmm.
popularity of Facebook. Um, that is where we had the strength. We used that to really push the band. We dominated social media where other bands didn't have a social media presence.
Mm.
Um, Odyssey did. I did. I used my platform for all of that. And it's funny now when you see some of the Facebook memories that pop up,
Mm.
the kind of conduct and so forth. Yeah.
No one
But
style.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, with the frontline girls and so on. So yeah, 2000 had a good one. Odyssey 2008 2009. Um, we'd have done we'd have done tours of the VI. We'd have went to we'd have done New York. Um, we'd have done a couple of places. I think Antigua. Um, yeah, I think that would have been it during my time. However, um, in 2010, um, especially after the US, the New York tour, um, I realized a trend, a emerging trend. Um, people wanted people wanted the band to perform well, to perform more, but they didn't want the band. We were getting a lot of
What?
requests for basically they wanted Easy and Spain to travel.
Oh, rhythm and singer,
Really,
vocalist.
right,
Okay.
right, right. Um, that trend started as early as 2010. I saw it coming, and I was trying to convince them guys that this is something that we need to we need to embrace,
Mm-hmm.
at least to get your foot in the door. If somebody calls you from Miami, a promoter only wants to do. I can't afford to do the whole band. The two you guys could go represent, put on your show, get the
Yeah.
music out there, get the
Mm-hmm.
name out there, and then you negotiate for the follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the guys at the time, the guys at the time was Odyssey or nothing. Um, so it was a lot of that. Um, us trying to do more material, like put out songs um, outside of Culturama.
Yeah.
Um, so we started to butt heads as far as okay. We done Lock in Nevis. We got Nevis and Lock. Yeah, Odyssey, Nevis is Odyssey country. 2008, 2009. It's safe to say that.
Mm-hmm.
2010. Um, Odyssey and Nevis Lock. We are making inroads into St. Kitts.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so me thinking ahead now is okay. We need to start to think about how do we take the band to the next level. Um, and I couldn't. Them guys were riding the were riding the fame, and I don't knock them. They were young,
No pun
riding the
intended,
fame.
right?
Yeah. Um, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and we to put it lightly, we decided to. Well, I decided like, okay, maybe I would have done as much as I could at that time, and only they could take it to the next level. Um, I didn't have the kind of well, I felt I didn't have the kind of influence. We shared the same path to success, the same vision for the path to success. So at that point, I thought to a mutual parting of ways, which
Was it
at first it
amicable?
was. At
Oh, at
first it
first it
was,
was.
because
Okay.
this would have happened right
And then you
after.
join Ultra.
So it would have been like this was just like January, February of 2010, right? Odyssey was still on top of the game in Nevis, and I was
Yeah.
like, no hard feelings. I just gone cool. Um, and yeah, I could go on and do your thing. At that point in time, they still had like some stuff for me, like the keyboard and so, and they were using it still. I didn't have any problem with that.
Yeah.
However, yeah, Duku would have left the band right after New York as well, for personal reasons. And I would have gotten, let me back up a little bit. When Duku left the band, the Odyssey had had lots of gigs and so forth booked, and it so
Mm-hmm.
happened that LL, the drummer, LL, he was my drummer in BQE,
Mm-hmm.
right? LL was my drummer in BQE, and it so happened that around the same time when Duku left, he happened to be in Antigua visiting family. So I called LL and said, LL, we're in a jam. I need a drum. I need a drum. I need somebody to fill in for me because Duku um taking some time off from the band, and we
Mm-hmm.
got some gigs. Could you come and do the gigs for me? So LL came to Nevis to gig for Odyssey. That was his
Really?
sole
Okay.
intent.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Interesting.
so
In your
he
vibes now,
came.
right?
Yeah, he came. Huh? Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
So LL would have been thing, and about March, I want to say about March also, I get a phone call from from Duku saying I them guys want to get back Ultra together, and they could use my help. And I was like, why Duku, I don't get born with Odyssey. I just want cool.
Mm.
I just want cool. Um, Judith Carl,
Well, you felt like you got
Judith,
burnt with
Judith.
Odyssey? I didn't get the impression that
Yeah.
you got burnt with Odyssey. I got the impression
No,
that
no.
they just
That's
they
what
want to.
that
Oh,
right. But that's how I felt. I felt like, because I put a lot of time and energy.
okay.
And maybe burnt isn't the correct word.
Yeah.
Disappointed.
Okay.
Let me say that. Let me say that.
Okay.
I was
Got you.
disappointed. Yeah, and I was like, Judith, Duko, I just want cool. And there's like, persuade. So I ultimately told Judith, listen, I am joining the band, right? I'm gonna help you get started. We're gonna start out the system. We're gonna get, we're gonna do what we have to do with Inky and the box, because that time the Inky's just got the 2500,
Mm-hmm.
and it was something fresh and new for him coming from the Excel. For those of you who know about drum machines and samplers and so forth, how the 2500 operates is much different to how the Excel operates. So work with Inky and getting the Excel sorted out, swapping out sounds, blah blah blah. Same same thing like what we did with Odyssey. Sort out the system. Um, try to keep Vamp, the partner Mikey, in line, because
Mm-hmm.
Mikey will be Mikey. Um, um, and yeah, I would have started with moving around with Ultra. We would have taken the system down to the hash race track, and set up the whole thing, and we really did some work in trying to get Ultra ready for the reunited
Mm.
phase
That was the
of Ultra.
reunited album
Um,
too.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They wanted me to produce the album as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, So I did that.
It's one of the cleanest
took Ultra on the
albums.
road. Thanks.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah, we put some energy into that. Duku and Tebulus did a real good job, and Murphy as well, as far as writing some decent songs for that album. Ultra came out 2010 with a win the road match with Reunited. And Ultra got a good spark. And I did culture armor with them, and I told them, listen, I and y'all you're on. Just call me if there's a problem. If you need help with anything, call me. And that was it. We'd have done a couple of tours.
So let me ask you something.
Anytime Ultra toured. Yeah.
So you didn't join
I was just gonna
Ultrasonic
say,
Band, right? You
No.
didn't join Ultrasonic Band, but you would have worked with Duku before in Odyssey, right? And you would have worked with Judith.
Yes.
And I guess whatever happened with Odyssey, you didn't feel like Duku and Judith would have been a different situation, or you just was so disappointed by the Odyssey thing. You just had in your mind already, you just want to go in a different direction where you're in control.
Yeah, I just want to cool. Well,
Okay,
not even that.
Mm-hmm.
Not even that. I just wasn't really interested in being a part of a band, so to speak. So after Judith, during the Ultrasonics time, whenever I would get the itch to play, I would do small gigs with Garlic. Garlic would have had his would have been doing small gigs like the restaurants and the occasional hotel and so on. And whenever I have the itch to play, I would call Garlic and say, Garlic, where you playing this weekend? He said, man, I'm playing up Bananas. I said, well, I could come and pass. He said, yeah, man, no problem. And so I would go and I would play alongside his band. I think he was called it Mudguard at the time. So it was Garlic and Mudguard.
That's a strange name, right?
Yeah, Garlic is a strange guy. So playing with Garlic, his regular roster was Ketui on keyboard and Wes on bass, because Wes used to play with Ultra as well, right?
Yeah.
So I would go and sit in and now and then, but then Ketui was also with Casanova, and Wes being with Ultra. Sometimes when Garlic would have a gig, there would be some sort of clash. So when Ketui couldn't make it, I would call Quincy, which is my neighbor.
Quincy Prentice.
Quincy Prentice, yeah. I would call Quincy to come fill in for Ketui.
Yeah.
And when Wes can't make it, I would call Reese for Odyssey.
Okay.
At the time, Reese was playing guitar with Odyssey. So it would be it started whenever the gigs, the three of us started to play more regular with Garlic. And then whenever there's a need for a drummer, I would call LL, right, to do the gig. So we started, people started to like that combination. Reese, LL, Quincy, and myself with Garlic. So one night after one of the gigs, the four of us got to talk, and I was like, we got a good sound here. People like it. There are other artists out there that may have the need for a band, and there was nobody serving that space at the time. Bacchanalist band was nothing yet. The other backing bands and so around here wasn't a thing as yet. So it was like, well, maybe we should just formalize the thing and market our services as a core group of musicians to offer a service. And that is how the core was started. Started as a backing band offering services to people like Garlic. You know, we were a backup artists and so when they come here. And that sort of thing. With a backup like highlight, and we would have done stuff with like all the stages at Dejo, Infamous. Anytime there was a need for a band, the core band was the band to call.
So core
Right?
wasn't just your name? I thought it was your name.
No. Well, no. They decided to go with the name Core because of I guess they figured that my name carried a little weight. It'd be a good play on words if they were to call the band Core.
Gotcha.
But that wasn't my idea. That was their idea, and I was like, okay, kind of makes sense. Whatever I say, but yeah, I got to spell it different. So that's how the K got in the mix. So we started doing a lot of those backing gigs. People started liking the band, started to call the band more regularly. And so depending on the gig, we would call well, Garlic was a staple. We brought Ali D into the fold. Ali was one of our artists that we would offer. A bunch of people. We would call Jawa and Odyssey had followed for a little while.
Hold on. Ali D had
kind of
her
vibe.
hit song with you? Her hit song,
Yeah,
that was with Core?
without you.
Yeah, that was with Core. That was a
Yes.
Core song? Okay.
I didn't play the music. That was arranged by Dijon, but I didn't do the music. But that was under our umbrella.
And you were saying
so people
Jara.
started just Jawa.
You were saying Jara,
we use
yeah.
Jawa Tebul with a call Tebulus to do gigs. He was still with Ultra, but if we booked a show, cause we started to maybe we started this trend, you know. Instead of just hiring core, and every time you get core, you're getting one set of faces. Depending on the gig, we will hire artists and put together like a mini show. Right? So Teblos would come and do some songs. Jar would come and do some songs. Imran would come and do some songs from Smarlock. Mention would come and do some songs. That sort of thing. Right? So people kind of started to like the sound of the band. And it's just so happened now. This is like 2011-ish. 2011, heading into 2012. Ultra and Odyssey, for whatever reason, their popularity started to decline a little bit. And we started getting more jam band type gigs, as opposed where our gigs were primarily like the hotel and the softer gigs and so on. But we started getting, like jam band gigs. Yeah, and we couldn't no longer rely on Tebulus because Tebulus got Ultra. Jawa, I think eventually went back home, so we couldn't rely on these guys. So one night we were in the Culturama village, and we saw the young band from Down Hallies Road here, Exhibit Band, and singing with them was this young light-skinned fella from Rollins, and it was like he got a decent voice. He seemed like he ain't afraid of people. He ain't shy. So we walk out. Yeah, we're gonna start to develop this. No. We're gonna start developing Delhi. Because really, the fact is that Exhibit was a smaller band. They weren't playing as often as, let's say, the Ultra or Small Axe or whoever. So
Yeah.
Delhi was always available, to say the least.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
So we started, investing in Delhi. They put him through the whole voice training. Garlic walked with him with performing and stances and all that kind of thing. I remember one time on his first photo shoot. I can't remember what he came to the photo shoot in, but Garlic was like, "Why no? You're an artist. You can't just like that." And Garlic say he coming back. Garlic went home, and Garlic come back with a suitcase full of clothes. I said, "Put on that." If you know Garlic, if you know Garlic, you will know how Garlic is. So we really invested a lot in Delhi. In 2012, we wrote a song, a couple of songs for him. We entered him into the Soca Monarch in St. Kitts alongside Ali D, because Ali D would have gone in the year before. So people really liked her, looking forward to what Ali D is doing. Ali D is now performing with the band regularly. Delhi would have been part of the trio. The trio was Garlic, Ali D, and Delhi. Those were our mainstays for a very, very long time. We decided we're gonna enter Delhi into the Soca Monarch. It's like he didn't place, but he did well. People seem to have liked him, and so on. Fast forward to 2013, continue working on material, putting out songs. Had an idea for a song since 2012. We really wanted to do it with Miko, but at that point in time, Miko started to have issues with his voice, so we never really got around to recording the song properly. And we had a hook, but we didn't like the hook. And by now, I think the audience would know that I'm speaking of Lovely Festival.
Yeah.
We had divorce. We had the first part of the chorus in 2012, but the last part of the chorus, the liming, jam, we didn't have that. We had something else, which was, in our opinion, was really weak. And combine that with the fact that we didn't get to record it properly with Miko. We like, man, let me just shelf it.
Shelf it for a while.
2013 when we putting tunes together for well, we started doing this mixtape. So this would have been our third mixtape. Putting ideas together, different artists and so forth. It was like we need like a slow pep, but we not got nothing. I was like, hey, remember we got this thing shelf in Miko. Why don't we revisit it? Call up the files, brush it up. And I can't remember who came up with the hook. At that time, we were really producing as a team. All of us had different roles in the production part of the process. LL and Reese were more like the writers, the lyrical writers. I would do like the rhythm and the belly of the song, the groove of the song. And then Quincy would do a lot of the lead fills and so on. So yeah, we did Lovely Festival. It was on Summer Core Volume 3, and we put it out, not expecting for that, because in our opinion we had other songs on the mixtape that we figured were going to do okay. Let me back up a little bit. 2012, 2011.
Yeah.
We got approached by Smarty and them guys At Smarty was at Housing and Land Development Corporation. And I think he was a fan of the band, and he was like, I think you guys should go on the road. So Core went on the road in 2011. Odyssey and Ultra, by the way, in Wiskin, by the root us up. We probably had like three people behind the band, including an old man and a dog.
Okay.
And this was us jamming out. This was us trying to jam around town. But Odyssey,
It's still
this is
jam.
2011. Yeah, Ultra is still Ultra in the reunited prime, 2011. Why the man beat us up. 2012, my good friend and classmate there, Cyan Shiverton, for Island Tires. She liked the band as well, and she was like, Corey, the Long Jam has been dead for some time now. I think Exhibit would have tried it the year before to no success. Some time back, Exhibit would have tried it. The Long Jam has been dead for some time. She used to like it when Casanova used to do it. Nobody doing it now. She think that we should do the Long Jam. I said, "Sign, all right, country kind of far, and for us to do the Long Jam properly, I believe we're gonna need a decent sound system and so on." Sign said, "Don't worry about it. Source a sound system, and she's gonna sponsor the Long Jam. Island Tires is gonna sponsor the Long Jam."
Okay.
So this is
Big up.
20. This is 2020, and we come down from country with a handful of country people. It was more than 20. Got big up people, girls like Kyla, and I remember my mother there was there with my two daughters. Wow, Emmanuel was there with Tessa. No, just a handful of people coming down from country, and once again we reach into town, and yeah, we get beat up again. We had a decent sound system that time that we were using. We had used Adrian Lamb system. We had sound good, but Core wasn't in that category there. We were still the hotel band. We were still the show band.
So at this
right?
point, Delhi performing with you?
Yeah, Delhi did Long Jam with us 2012.
Okay.
Delhi did the Long Jam. So in 2012 it was Delhi, Garlic, and Ali. We did the Long Jam 2012 with the original Die Hard of the Core. Fast forward to 2013, had Lovely Festival, big hit to say the least. And that kind of put the band on the radar for people in that market, because everybody wanted to hear Lovely Festival. Everybody wanted to hear the Core band for Culturama 2013, Culturama 40, right? Yeah. No. Whatever year it was. Yeah. Everybody wanted the band.
Okay, we know. Everybody loved that tune. Big tune.
Yeah. The band played a lot called that Culturama there. And we went back to doing the Long Jam, and that was the first year, thanks to Lovely Festival, that we had a little uptick
in your crowd.
In the crowd, right? Also, we scrabbled last minute for that year, and we got some T-shirts and so for the packages, and my social media game was still kind of strong, so I was able to ramp up interest in doing the Long Jam, because I knew that people won't really be into the band itself like that. We're still competing to a jam band, to get that kind of respect as a jam band. I figured I'll lean more towards marketing the experience. Came up with the catchphrase, the biggest party on the road, and started leaning in more into that. Encourage guys to do the Hammond and we had people like Gator and so who did the watermelon infused, the
Mm.
Hammond infused watermelons and that sort of thing. So people started to
Wait, them things still are
once they
going?
came to hear, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Um, so people came to jam to Lovely Festival, but they started to get the idea and get an appreciation of the long jam, the new long jam experiences. You're partying from country to town. It's not for the weak. That sort of thing. And it just started. The long jam itself just started to build. On top of that, I took on. We went out of the way to try to design the shirts to make them look like graphic tees that the average person may want to go into a store and buy, as opposed to what band T-shirts used to look like before. And I'm pretty sure you band T-shirts from pre core days. You know, they were basic. They
Ah, the
weren't
pink
sexy
one.
shirts.
The pink and green one.
But okay, well, I think that would have been pink and green.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't remember what you mean.
can't remember.
Used to wear
Yeah,
it a lot.
but yeah, we started. Yeah, we started designing the shirts to be like more like graphic tees and so on. People started to like that. You know, leaned heavily um, into really marketing and like the long jam is the place to be for Juve, and you know it just snowballed to what it is today. Um, After 2013, um, Garlic would have decided that the jam band thing ain't so much for him. He wants to go back into the hotel thing and so forth. Same thing with Ali D, because after Lovely Festival, um, Ultras, Ultras and Odyssey's popularity started to we started to cut
Okay.
into their market share. And we started getting the cars then for the jam band gigs. And it was a little too much for Ali and Garlic. Ali decided that she wanted to go back into the church and so on and so on. So it was only Delhi. We saw Delhi had his little cousin there, Daddy Tosti, that was always interested in thing, and we brought him on board and went through the whole thing. Tried to go through the whole artist development with Tosti. So from then on, it was Delhi and Daddy Tosti holding the strain for the jam band side of Core for a couple of years up until 2016. Well, 2015, Culturama was a was a was a year that sort of changed a lot for us. That year, I think that year they would have reintroduced the Soca Monarch up in Nevis, and by that time we would have had a good amount of experience doing Soca Monarchs in St. Kitts. We would have won. We would have won Soca Monarch with Lovely Festival in St. Kitts. Delhi started to become a staple. If he would have placed the year before, the year after. So 2015 now, when we entered the Soca Monarch in Nevis, we would have entered Delhi, Daddy Tosti, and Naela. Naela was doing, oh yeah, sorry, Naela was doing gigs with us as well.
So Naela came
And
in to fill Ali D spot. Or was
yes,
she around
yes,
the band at
yes,
the time?
yes.
Okay.
She was always around. Naila was always around. But at that time, she was still in school and so on. So, we couldn't have her on stage and all that. But she was always around the band and so on, because she was friends with Emmanuel, and Emmanuel was around the band.
Okay.
So, yeah, so we entered her in the three of them in 2015. And by 2015, we came up against the one of the hardest songs in recent times, which would have been Side Dish. Why Side Dish
Side dish.
would us up, yeah, Speedy.
Yeah.
Side
Yeah,
Dish.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, Side Dish was a song for Culture Hour 2015.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Added to that, with the performance for the Soca Monarch, the band kind of messed up Nyla's song. So she got ejected from the semifinals.
Ejected?
However, yeah,
You
she
mean
didn't
she
make it.
just she didn't make it? Okay.
Yeah, she didn't
Okay,
make it.
got you.
But people like no disrespect meant, at least for me. But people like Wingy and so on made it into the finals.
Yeah, man, we can get a big artist, you know, so
And
you can expect that.
yeah, and some members of the team took that really to heart, right? And yeah,
Why?
some of the members took that to heart because as far as they're concerned, is that how you could knock out the masterpiece of song for Wingy
Wingy?
or the
Why
likes of
Wingy
Wingy.
not had the big tune that Wingy not had the big tune the Wingy wow.
I I think Wingy had take a cultural walk up or something like that. Take
Yeah,
a
Wingy.
real cultural walk up, right? Yeah, but yeah, we were locked out of the finals for 2015.
Okay,
And that
okay.
dealt a blow. That dealt a blow to the to some members of the team. So and I guess things came to a head because um, during that time as well, leading up to 2016, um, Reese Reese went back. Reese went back to do gigs with Jazz in Greenhouse. It wasn't Greenhouse
Yeah.
then. I forget what the name of the band was. But yeah, Reese went back to be doing some gigs with Jazz, and LL went to started doing gigs with Sugar Band, right? And that started to take a little toll on the younger guys like the Delis and so on,
Yeah.
because we were getting called for bookings. At that point in time, I wasn't the band leader really, on paper, but people would reach out to me because I may be the more popular of the four guys,
Okay, okay.
for bookings,
So wait,
and it started to be, yeah.
wait. So you were not the leader of Core all them times, eh?
No, no,
You had a leader?
no.
You guys didn't have a leader, it was just
Not really. No, yeah. It was everything
okay.
was done by committee. And this is, I guess that was the beginning of the end of that type of relationship, because what would happen is that a call would come in for a potential gig, and
Yeah.
before we could take the gig, 5 phone calls have to be made. Hey, LL, you available? Oh, hold on. He got to go check with mention. Reese, you available? Okay, hold on. I gotta go check with Jazz because bam, bam, bam. And in the meantime, I people who want to hire the band is just like we're waiting, and replies were very, very slow. People
Yeah.
started to get frustrated. The younger, more aggressive guys in the band um, were getting frustrated, and the frustrations with the Culture Armor 2015, all of that to come to a little head, right? Um, so 2016 now, in preparation for Culture Armor, me, myself and the younger guys, artists that we want to know what we're doing. because
Got you.
our heart and energy still into core and pushing the thing forward. Them guys want to know what we're doing. I think it was heading into almost June. We ain't had no song yet. No, nothing was done because them other guys were either busy or just didn't have the interest in competing again, right? Because Wingy was a scene. So
I needed to
um,
step up our game.
I felt, yeah, yeah, I guess. But 2016, um, I felt I felt sorry for them guys,
Yeah,
Delhi and Tosti in particular, because they had the energy, they got the talent, and they just needed help with um with material.
yeah.
Um, so last minute 2016, I was like, okay, guys, um, I could do the production, I could do the arranging, but songwriting, I never saw myself as a songwriter. Um, I excelled at editing lyrics. Um, that was my role when it came to lyrics. Like, okay, let me change this line. Let me do that. Well, let me do that. That was my role in core previously to that. However, 2016, with the deadlines on top of us, I had no choice but to try to write material for them guys. So we
So
sat
you're
down.
right.
Um, I write now.
Oh,
Prior to 2016, I
cause
never
I
I
never
never wrote
heard
a
you.
song
Yeah, in
prior
the
to
whole
2016.
story. Okay,
No,
cause I know and I hear you say you
no,
write any
no.
song since we've been talking here. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
prior
Yeah.
to 2016, no. I started to write out of necessity, no, out of necessity,
Okay, okay, okay.
right? I said, try to be strategic with it, um, because time were against us. Um, I said, you know what? We had um, success with Lovely Festival. We had a cultural flavor to it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me try to get that. Let me try to recreate some of that magic. And that time, Sugar Hill String Band um, started to gain popularity, and
Mm-hmm.
they one of the hit songs that they used to perform was a song called Tina Larry Whoops.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
I reached
Okay.
out to I reached out to funny story. I reached out to the band leader, and said, "Hey, I have an idea for a soca song. But I want to feature the string band, and I want to use your song Tina Levy Whoops as the thing. Who does the song belong to?" Band leader said, "Well, that's my song. Me really got no lyrics right down and so forth, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't just sing whatever." So I said, "Okay, cool. Could we collaborate and do it?" He said, "Yeah, no problem. Just write something and give me to sing." Right? So I said, "Okay,
Mm-hmm,
okay."
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That wasn't the
So we
intention.
sat down.
No, that was
um,
that,
the
that
only
must have been
thing,
awkward.
yeah, very,
Yeah.
very, very, very,
Yeah.
very. So we sat down. We wrote the song. The only thing that we kept was some of the lyrics that they used to sing. The lyric of "We jamming all day, all night." That was
Mm-hmm.
part of what they used to sing. So we kept some of their lyrics and we put in. We wrote our own verse, new arrangement for the verse, and we said we're gonna use what they sing as a pre-chorus, and then we come up with a rhythm part or something for the end.
Mm.
So we did whoops. We did Delhi did we did a song called Sweet, um, and we did a song called Aya Aya, and Toasty did a song called um can't remember what's the song that year was. Why can't I remember? Um, having a sample. I can't remember. So we did four
Mm-hmm.
songs to 2016. Entered the competition. Um, it just so happened that was the first year that we sweep the competition. We did Juve and so forth. Our first road match was that year.
You
So
sweep with who again?
26. We won Goovy, Power, and road match.
Okay.
That was the first year that we won all the soccer related titles.
Gotcha.
2016. Right?
Okay.
And for me as a first time writer, that gave me a boost of confidence. Like, Corey ain't so bad, you know. You could hold your own, right? For a first time writer to win some titles, I was just like, okay,
Talk about
maybe
setting
you
the
could do
bar
it. Maybe
high.
you could do this too. Yeah, maybe. And then so we started writing more. I use voice notes a lot. I used to use them before for musical ideas. I either sing them, if it's a rhythm or something, I sing them into my phone. So I started doing that with lyrics as well. So followed up 2017. We ain't gonna talk about the Whoops controversy. We don't need to talk about that, right?
Why not? What's the Whoops controversy? You brought it up, so we can't go over it. You could briefly talk about it.
I could talk about it. Yeah, well, after 2016, leading up to the Soca Monarch finals, somebody sent me a message, saying that how could we enter Soca Monarch with somebody else's song? So me in defense, I was like, no, the song belongs to Sugar Hill. We got permission from Sugar Hill. It's a collaboration. I know they got credited as writers and so on. Little did I know. Well, it didn't dawn on me at the time. But I didn't know. Little did I know that song was actually a song by Lord Nelson.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
We should know that,
right?
No, you say that you vaguely remember the idea of the song.
Wow.
Yeah, Lord Nelson's song is not, most of the lyrics are not the same, but the concept, I think one of the lines in there is in Nelson's song he says Tina Levy oops, OOPS, and then he said something about dancing under the morning light, right?
Oh, that's crazy. That's wild, bro.
yeah. So we wound up in legal mediation with the Culture Armor Committee and one or two of the Soca Monarch competitors who was making us think about it. Yeah, but this was before. This happened between semifinals and finals.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Got you.
But our legal advisors said, the advice was Culture Committee already judged the song twice. They let it through eliminations, let it through to semifinals. They can't pull it now. So
that is what I was thinking.
Culture got to take the L on this.
Yeah, Culture got to hold that, because if you submit a song to be judged, they're supposed to vet the song before you're allowed to perform the song. That is
right. Right. So they had to let it slide. So it was a bitter pill for some soca artists, because the song went on to win, right? And win big. So 2017 we repeated again. 2017 what we had 2017, man. I can't remember. Those years are kind of a blur. No,
Reese, what I had, Reese.
But we won again.
Had?
2017 would have been like. 2017 would have been like how we do it. No, that was 2018. push for out was 2018. 2017 was How We Do It.
Okay.
How We Do It, Walk It, and yeah. When we won Groovy again, Delhi won Groovy, Tosti won Power, and Tosti won Road March again in 2017.
Wait, Tosti got a road
2018
match?
we went on. Yeah, how we do it? Tosti win Road March.
Okay.
How we do it?
Okay.
2018 we what do you call that? Three times because we won Groovy, Power, and Road March again in 2018.
Wow.
And same thing again for 2019. So since 2016 we didn't win. 2019 we didn't win. We didn't win something for 2019. What we didn't win? We didn't win Groovy, but we won Power. So we were at least the first band in recent times, as at least to my knowledge, to win those three titles three times back to back.
Yeah.
Clean sweep.
We
Yeah,
won.
yeah.
Yeah,
They
we
was
won.
famous for that.
We won Road March in 2019. So we would have won Road March 4 times back to back to 2019. 2021 we didn't have any culture armor. There was no Road March competition for 2021, which I believe if we did have a culture armor 2021, I believe Easy would have beat us with Fet Me Down.
Okay.
But we didn't have any street activities. Fast forward to 2022, we won again with the song that we did last year. So we undefeated. Yeah.
What song you had
Some
last
people
year?
might say we won. We did a song called Shake.
Shake.
No, that time again. Sorry, that time again. It's on Apple Music. Go look it up.
You got a lot of music.
If you can.
Send me to Google. Amazon. You gotta make sure you're on every platform. Okay, well, again,
they're on all the platforms.
I'll buy it right now.
Yeah, you have to search. You have to search for like Delhi. You would have to search for Daddy Tosti. You would have to search for Speedy and so forth. Because over the years, we would have tried our best to market and push our artists as opposed to the entity as the song creators and the entity that the song is performed by.
Commendable.
Right? So you would hardly find much material by the core band, except for maybe the summer core stuff. Everything prior to 2016 would probably be under the core. 2016 forward would be under the artist, except for last year's song that would be under the core as well.
Okay.
Because yeah, that should bring us
empowerment
current as far as me and bands. I know I glossed over a lot, but
yeah, you did.
During all that time, during all that time, starting in New York, I would have done an album for Sugar Band.
Yeah.
That would have interesting fact.
Let me hear it.
My first credit to a road march would have been with Sugar Band back in New Vibes then, back in 1996. They had a song called Hand Signal.
Hand
That one word Hand Signal, yeah. One word march in 1990. Yeah, in 1996, 97.
Surprise.
That was my first project I ever worked on. From an engineering standpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, on a local band. Way back in 96, 97. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
So I would have gotten my first road march credit.
You wanna get the Grammy?
Yeah, I would have got a Grammy if
you would have got a Grammy right there, hold too. Right. You work on
Yeah.
it. You
So
you
yeah,
get the road march.
in
Yeah.
between, yeah, in between, of course, I would have done. I work with all the Nevis bands already. I would done production slash engineering work for on all the Nevis bands. I would have done production and engineering work on all the Sinkis bands as well. Marlocks,
Yeah.
Grandmasters, Collision, and Sugar Band.
And
Since
you had
moving back
some.
to,
No, go ahead, go ahead.
right,
Since moving back to, I don't know you finish what you were
I
saying.
said I said in moving back since moving back to Nevis, I would have
Mm-hmm.
done 2 albums for Sugar Band. Um,
Wow.
one for Masters, one for Smarlocks, two for Collision.
All of those is in the
Um,
country kitchen.
no, Country Kitchen is relatively new. Country
Okay,
Kitchen,
okay.
I opened up here in 2019. Um, yeah.
I want to know if
Um,
you get so much thing cook up in a little skillet there. You
uh,
really need a bigger
all
pot.
right, yeah, smart. No man, that might dilute the food.
uh, yeah, yeah.
People like the vibe here. People like the vibe.
You,
It's small. It's cozy. Um,
well, no, I mean the
we
skillet
could
in
get sexy
your
with it.
picture. You're cooking
Oh,
up a lot of thing in a skillet in your picture. You're on
no
the
man. It's
screen.
yeah, 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 yeah.
But let me ask you something. What about
Oh,
the
the on
other
the logo.
projects that you, yeah, and the logo. Yeah, you catch on now. You had do some other products, some other projects too outside of band music. Like, you were behind the song between Rochelle and Dwayne, right? That had end up be like
Yeah, that was a
a
core.
major
That,
song.
that
Yeah,
that's cores. Yeah, that was cores
that's
first
cool.
single.
Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember that had taken people by surprise when they found out like Rochelle actually had a nice voice and could sing. You also did projects
Still,
with like
still, still, Russell,
Marquise.
Russell just really shy.
Yeah,
Really, really shy. We give Russell a
yeah,
mic and tell her go on stage, and you could see the water dripping off her hand on the floor.
frank like that. Raw nervousness.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a shame because she's such a good talent too, you know. So you know, she would have
We
been
we took
nice
we
doing
took
more of
we
that.
took we took shot we took Russell on the music fest stage one year.
Yeah,
Um, Let me back up again. Um, Course started in 2011.
yeah,
We were lucky to go out to do music festival three three times back to back. The
yeah.
first time we went on to back up Garlic. The second time we went on as core featuring no, I like no. The first time we went on to back up
Mm.
Canvas.
Okay, okay, okay.
Because Canvas had unstoppable force and all that. Canvas that year.
Yeah.
On the stage, and then we went back the year after, backing up Garlic, um, and we introduced LED with Garlic, and then the year after that, we went on as core, and that's when we featured like Delhi and Tanisha and some of the other smaller artists.
Okay, okay. Okay, that's dope. And you like Siobhan just said you did gospel music because you did a track with the trees, yeah. So Core
Yes, yeah,
did a lot of entertainment in terms of music and stuff for Nevis. It's not just band, and you skip over
no,
all of
no,
that.
yeah, yeah,
The in-
yeah. I do a lot of work. I do a lot of work with one of my favorite artists right now. Um, I've been working with I've been working with Wukas since
Mhm.
um 2019. Yeah, since 2019. He would have reached out to me to do a mix and a song. And came over, and he just really liked the vibe and how I work. Because he just wanted to record and mix the song, but he really liked the way that I approached the vocal production,
Yeah.
um, and that started a working relationship. So every song that you would have heard from Wuka since 2019 come out of here.
Country Kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah. You and your Rookhouse have produced some really nice tracks. You know what I mean? Some really
Yeah.
nice
Well,
tracks.
I'll take a minute to say that um, I really admire his work ethic.
Oh yeah, it's
The
amazing.
way that he approaches making music. I really admire it. He would have given me a renewed sense of purpose,
Mm.
to put it that way. Um, and he has been able to keep me going because, as I said, I really like his work ethic, and I think my working relationship with him,
Mm-hmm.
my relationship with him would have sort of opened up my eyes to some of the shortcomings of my own artists. Um, so maybe that is part of
The next set of story that we can get
why
into
we
soon. Yeah.
the next set of the next set of stories.
So this is 2023, right? And everybody know Culturama coming up, and we're ready for Culturama and the core. But the core drop a big surprise, you know. Was it earlier this month or late last month? The core
All
come
this
out
month.
with this picture. This is the new core band, right? This
Yeah.
is like a new core band. You know what I mean? First of all, you ain't got a light skinned person in the front, right? You got Teblos. So it's like,
Mhm.
what going on here? You know what I mean? So what are the plans for core, this new core band? Because of course we're gonna talk about what happened to the old core band. Unless you want to talk about what happened to the old core band and then talk about where you're going with the new core band. I will give you that choice.
Well, we could start. We could start. I'll answer your question first.
Mm-hmm.
The new core band is, set and ready to take that next musical step forward,
Mm-hmm.
to take Nevis music to that next level. That is what you could expect from the new dynamic of of the core band.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that answers your question. I could go back now. Um, um, so 2019, I would have made a serious investment here. I would
Mm-hmm.
have taken my portion of our Culturama winnings plus my portion of what I would have gotten paid
Mm-hmm.
for the band working for Culturama, and did did most of this,
Country
right?
Kitchen.
So Country Kitchen, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Okay.
because I wanted to have my own spot. Because previously I would have done work at a little desk out in the living room as far as the production and the arrangement. But when it comes to like recording, I have to either go by Abo, or I would have go by Black Circle Studio, which is Bingy,
Mm-hmm.
Pana Bingy. And that wasn't really conducive for working the way that I would want, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I decided, it'll be a good thing for me, good thing for the artists, that we have a studio that we could sit down and work on this stuff as as we see fit. Because I really wanted to go back to putting out music more regularly, as opposed to starting to release music in May. 'Cause generally, that is what the core does when um when we have all our ducks in a row. We
Mm-hmm.
start releasing music early May, and we drop singles right up until um, by the end of June. We should have out a good amount of material. So I wanted to start doing more of that, expand the window, put out music all year round. So we had this. It also happened that I started working with Lucas as well. And as I said previously, I really admire his work ethic and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
In the space of in the space of 3 or 4 months, the first couple of months in 2020, because we know what 2020 was.
Yeah.
In the space of couple of months, I think Lucas would have pushed out 2 songs out of here in the space of 6 months. Whereas my artists are struggling with none.
Mm.
It's not
When
like
you say your artists, you're talking Tusty, Speedy, and Deli, all three?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, we're not putting out the kind of music that we want. We have 2020. We were locked down for a little while. However, as the place started to open up again, um, I'm like, we need to put out material. I know the band can't play, but we can do our virtual stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I got a decent backyard. I got a decent back porch. The virtual Juve thing that we did in 2020, we did that by me,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Okay.
Um, I don't need equipment. I have equipment. Um, the band has the band needs for nothing,
Everything you
right?
need is here.
Well,
Just the people.
right. Whether it's to make music
Mm-hmm.
or to perform music, the band needs nothing, right? And just for full disclaimer, when it comes to my, um, I I don't charge them,
When it comes to
right?
what?
My production work,
Oh, okay. I got you.
my
Got
artists,
you. Okay, yeah.
right?
You broke up a little bit
I
there.
don't
That's why.
charge them for yeah,
Mhm.
for my artists. I don't charge them.
So
Um,
wait. So they could get like free studio time and everything?
yeah,
Just your production.
before Country Kitchen, even when we were working with Abo, done by Abo or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
we would have to pay for studio time because
Yeah.
they're running a business, we gotta pay them, right? But
Yeah.
as far as my production, songwriting, arranging, whatever it is, my I don't charge them for that, right?
Okay.
Um, if we enter a competition and the song wins, we pay up whatever bills we have to pay up, and
Mm-hmm.
we split up the money. That's how
Mm-hmm.
we do it. If we enter a competition and we don't win, I take the L.
Mm.
We all take the L.
Mm.
I never once would say, well, we ain't win, so I have to find some money to help me pay Nevlek or whatever. That
Mm.
and that has never been my thought process, because as far as I'm concerned, we we building something, this is my
Okay.
artist, and blah blah blah, right? So fast forward to 2020, um, coming out of the lockdown period, I'm like, guys, let's let's go, let's go. We need to do something. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I should also say, coming out of 2019, um, I would have been working with a young fella, Levi
Yeah.
Trackstar.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he's been around me ever since 2016. Trying learning how to program and so forth and so forth. In actual fact, some of
Yeah.
the some of the rhythms and so forth that we've been using over the years,
Mm-hmm.
they come from Leroy.
I know
Leroy would
did
have
this
made
song come from, huh? Did
yeah,
this
he made
song
the beat
really
for
right?
that.
And every time my son hear
Trackstar
that,
would
he
have made it.
jump up. Yeah. Yeah.
Trackstar would have made the rhythm for Push Forward. He would have
Mm-hmm.
done Own Risk, the rhythm itself,
Got
for
you.
the
Got you.
chorus
Got
and so
you.
forth. And yeah, so towards end 2019, I was like, Levi, it's time for you to step up into the driver's seat, and
Mm-hmm.
I stepped back from actual active playing. It just
Were
so
you
hit
trying
that
to?
we ran into the right.
No, I just wanted to know if you were trying to like get away from that portion of the band life, you know, being in the driver's seat, because you also
Um,
gave the seat to Miller, ain't you, as well?
yeah.
And we
Well,
can get into
I get
that
into
as
that.
well. Yeah,
Um,
go ahead.
yeah. With Levi, I really wanted to push him. I believe in
Okay.
him. I still believe him in a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Levi is like a son to me, right?
Okay.
So I really wanted to give him the opportunity, and I myself wanted to just focus more on production
Yeah.
and management, and let them fellas go out and try to take the band to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
It just so happened pandemic, um, the band wasn't playing out as often. Um, the more senior guys in the band itself, because remember I wasn't an active playing member now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, some of the senior guys, I, for lack of a better word, um, became a little lazy, and not wanting to do some of the stuff that I felt was necessary. And if you look back at what has grandmasters where they are today, is that they took advantage of the pandemic, of the lockdowns, um, doing the virtual gigs, making sure live recordings are coming out. In the meantime, Lucas is spitting out tune after tune, hit after hit, out
Mm-hmm.
of here, and I'm like, guys, come on, you don't have any excuse. Um, okay, nothing doing. The whole of 2020, I think Delhi put out one song. From 2019, Delhi put out one song out of here,
Wow.
and that was a song that that um, I got the belly of it from from a partner Sid. Lyrically, it was a beat
Mm-hmm.
made by not a partner of mine, Paul from St. Kitts. And then Delhi and I flesh up the verses, organize it for, and we put out Pause and Snap. That's the only song that we put out, the core team put out for 2020. Um, Speedy didn't put out anything. Um, Luckily for him, Levi got a full scholarship to go to Monroe,
Mm-hmm.
all expenses paid, and although his heart um, is in playing music, I won't say his heart is in track and field. Let me make that clear. But he has a
Mm-hmm.
passion for music as well. Um, I could not advise Levi any other way than to take full advantage of
Take.
his
Oh yeah.
scholarship.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You gotta take it. Yeah, yeah.
Got you.
If
Mm-hmm.
ands are buts about it, don't even go on, do your thing.
Definitely.
So Levi went off to school. Yeah, Levi went off to school in November. It was really short.
Mm-hmm.
However, around that same time, Mention and Millard went through whatever they was going through,
Yeah.
and I met with the guys, and I told the guys, um, we have two options. I could go back in the saddle to play, which I really don't want to.
Yeah.
Um, I really don't want to. And or we could try to find somebody else. Um, what y'all think about me approaching Miller?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was like, okay. Um, Let me see. So Miller and I met, and we negotiated the terms, and Miller joined the band um, officially January of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Because Levi's last gig, Levi left like in the middle of Carnival, so he did the virtual Juve,
Mm-hmm.
right? And if you look at the virtual Juve, you would realize that Speedy was missing from the virtual Juve to last minute call young fella there, Woko, which is Ras
Mm-hmm.
from Ultrasonic Sun. Last
Was
minute, the night of,
was
I had to call.
was Thirsty there?
No, no.
Okay.
Toasty,
Go-
by this time, Toasty was missing in action. With no excuse, no reasoning as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
Speedy, um, Speedy missed that gig. Carl Walker, that was Levi's last gig.
Mm-hmm.
So met with Miller. Um, Miller agreed to thing. I came back to the band. Before Miller was introduced to the band.
Mm-hmm.
I had a one-on-one with Delhi. I had a
Mm-hmm.
one-on-one with Speedy as the two senior guys in the band, the two frontmen for the band, one-on-one. And I was like, guys, I know, I know, um, you guys haven't been as productive as you should have been. They've been dropping the ball a little bit. However,
Mm-hmm.
we're bringing Miller on board. We're bringing Miller on board. Do not let me waste Miller's time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Don't let me go down this road. You guys ain't gonna pull up your socks and fulfill the leadership position that I need you all to be. Because I am not a playing member of the band. I don't want to be the band leader. I'm not on stage with you guys. You
Mm-hmm.
guys have to take that. All I'm gonna do is take the bookings, and try my best to make sure that y'all get paid, etc., etc. Do not waste Miller's time. All right, this is 2022, and 2022 was a difficult year. Last year, the band, for whatever reason, various reasons, the band hardly practiced.
Mm-hmm.
Miller would come over. From St. Kitts, make the time to come over from St. Kitts, to practice. Um, uh, Guys won't show up. No excuse.
Hmm.
That's the other thing. And it was really really frustrating. And keeping in mind that this is us coming out of the pandemic, the COVID era, where the bands weren't playing as much.
Everybody
The
hungry.
band needed, right, and the band
Mm-hmm.
needed to play.
Mm-hmm.
The band was, in my opinion, and as far as we were concerned internally, um, and I'm pretty sure the general public would notice some of it. The band was starting to slip.
You think it's because of the pandemic and not being able to play that they may have lost interest, especially it not being
Could
as
be.
lucrative?
It could be. It could be.
Never,
It could be. I'm not sure
They say never.
what was that,
never.
Reese?
Never. I tell you something. As a musician, once you love what you do, you will still want to pick up your instrument and play. That's personal. That's personal discipline. That's something more than that.
Reese. Reese, I would agree. I would
Mm-hmm.
agree, and that would be my thought, right? But I'm not sure what the exact reasons were. But the as from me looking at it, the interest there as I would have hoped, or I would have um, imagined. Keeping in mind, keeping in mind, keeping in mind that I am not an active member,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's in the active members' best interest to play out and to try to gain some sort of relevance. The band have to build back a vibe. Put it bluntly.
Mm.
Because as I said, we didn't take advantage of a lot of things that we could have taken advantage of, 2020, 2021,
So
when the
so
band
okay.
itself.
So this is real talk, Kana, and I just see somebody say school children say rum. I gone. So you had problems with even if they showed up like intoxicated and them kind of things, eh?
In some cases,
Okay.
in some cases, in some
Yeah,
cases.
got you.
I would just sum up all of that to maybe a lack of interest, and I won't dare say, I would not dare say that their priorities were mixed up, because I can't tell what
Yeah, you
a
can.
big man, what his
Yeah,
priorities should be. I can't
true.
dare say that, right?
Yeah.
But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah, it was taking a toll on the rest of the band. Um, I would say Miller included,
Mm-hmm.
um, because I would want to say that, this was not the type of environment that I think he was expecting,
True.
right? And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I don't fault him at all for
Mm-hmm.
any of that. Um, Added to that, I would have to take some of the responsibility as well. I think when I stepped back, I probably stepped too far back,
Yeah.
because with me not being an active or a playing member of the band, I thought that um, I should not be band leader. The band leader should be somebody who's playing, that who's going to be at all the gigs from beginning to end. Because at that point in time, I was just managing. I was just doing the engineering, mixing for the band when the band go out and play. I'm not on stage, so if
Yeah.
a decision needs to be made on stage or whatever it is, they have to make it. Somebody have to be the band leader up there. The
Mm-hmm.
band leader has to coordinate, practicing, work out what songs they're gonna play and so forth.
Oh,
That's
okay.
band
So
leader's job.
you were out of it. Out.
Yeah,
Like you really
yeah, and
you really
yeah.
was just out. Like
I step,
yo,
yeah, I really step back. Yeah,
yeah. You just no, you
y'all
just stepped back, you
experienced
stepped
people.
out. You went through the
Maybe,
door.
maybe, maybe,
Yeah.
maybe.
Okay.
No, well, no, because I was still the face for the band. I was still doing the bookings, managing. Them guys still practice here. I would be in
Mm-hmm.
all the practices, and so forth. So I wasn't out, but I felt with Delhi being in the band since 2020, since
Mm.
2012,
Yeah.
10 years,
Wow.
right? Speedy being in Odyssey and the band now for since 2017. Um, Miller, who's experience on top of experience, right? I don't need to be front and center being the band leader. You right there, and then you have Dutchess. Dutchess been with Ultra since when? God knows how long. You got experience. You
Mm-hmm.
got experience, man. There.
Yeah.
I don't need to be there. So I step back and like, listen, whatever direction you guys want to take the band in, artistically, musically, I would support you all 100%. Whatever y'all want to do, yeah, I say it all. Used to say it all the time in meetings. Whatever
Mm-hmm.
y'all want, whatever y'all want to do, y'all just got to say, by blue, we want to, or we
Yeah.
want, and that's my responsibility to make it happen.
Okay.
So
Facilitate them, right? Okay.
yeah. So I said, but maybe in hindsight, maybe I stepped a little too far back. Um,
Mm-hmm.
maybe the guys weren't ready for that type of responsibility. And the band suffered. The band wasn't playing out as often as it should.
Mm.
Um, and
Okay, let me ask you something.
you have some,
Let me
yeah.
ask you
Go ahead.
something. Was it a case that the band was actually getting bookings, but there was like no commitment to the bookings, or was it just that because they weren't doing anything, they weren't getting bookings?
Um, uh, the latter, the latter.
Okay, got you.
If the band got a booking, the band gonna deal
They
with it.
can play. Okay, got you.
The band gonna play. Mind you, sometimes maybe a member might not be in his full capacity. A member may be absent, but
Okay.
the band
Nice. I
deliver.
guess I hear how you're saying it. Full capacity.
The band would
Absent.
deliver,
Got you.
right?
Yeah.
And so fast forward to after I came back from vacation last year. So this would have been like late September. Um, yeah, before I got back, one of the guys in the band would have told me that they heard that Miller is doing a gig with Sugar Band or something like that. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. It was never my policy to um, prevent somebody from doing a hustle. Um, a man got to eat, right? So I was like, okay, cool. Um, Miller would have eventually called me and we would have spoken, and he was like, yeah, he helping out, mention with a gig or whatever. I said, man, no, watch nothing safe. You gotta eat. The band ain't playing right now, so gotta do your thing. And I came back from vacation. So subsequently, Miller and I spoke amicably, and he was like, based upon his situation and the state of the band and the frequency of the band not playing as often as it should. He had mentioned walkout, whatever, and
Yeah.
it's in his best interest. And I was like, Pan, I understand you 100%. I can't fault you,
Yo,
right?
Miller.
Go on, do
Yeah.
your thing. Yeah, go on, do your thing.
You have
In
to.
that conversation, he said, and I hope he don't mind me saying it, but in that conversation, he said, Pablo, he really appreciate the time, why he pick up, why he learn, what he learned from me and so forth. And if there's anything else that I ever need from him, if I ever need to call upon him in the future, don't hesitate. So
Okay. Respect to that.
between me and Miller, there
No.
ain't no hard
Yeah.
feelings, ain't no
No
cold
negative
feelings,
vibes. But
right?
Mr.
No,
Silky
no, no,
Down
no.
Mr. Silky Down wants to know. Do you feel by stepping back a little bit, the guys looked at it as if you didn't care, so they followed through with the same energy? Like you feel like that could have been a thing, like, you would have had that conversation.
Maybe, and that's why I say I feel like maybe I stepped back a little too much, because I was like, here's the car, here are the keys. You're supposed to know how to drive this, right?
Yeah.
You would have, go on, do your thing. Whereas maybe I should have approached that a little differently. I don't know how. I don't know how else I could have done that. But I would accept some of the responsibility, man. I'm not. I'm man enough to say. Maybe I erred. I erred there. So
Well, to human.
yeah, Miller would have parted. Yeah, Miller would have parted in September, and I felt at that point that the core it has been in a long time. I spoke about 2016 and how challenging 2016 was for us, and the other, the whole other challenges of some of the other guys leaving and so on. So although we went through all of that in October, I really felt that the band was at its lowest. Paying attention to what's going on locally. I realized that my artists them ain't getting any kind of calls that I feel that they're supposed to be getting, and I know that they want to be getting, but because they're not. And it just felt like, yeah, the train getting away from me, right? The vehicle I stepped out of the vehicle, give somebody else to drive, and why? Yeah, it looked like the car headed into a ditch.
Okay.
The only way, the only way, the only way I could try to course correct is for me to get back into the driver's seat and try to stabilize the group, because there are other keyboard slash rhythm men I could have gotten. There was a short list of available people, but I felt at that time I need to go back in the seat and course correct before
Handing it over
all
to
of that.
somebody else.
Yeah.
Corey.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead, no, go ahead. I just let you know the questions them starting
No.
to roll in, yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Just take a note of it, because I slipped on something because of some we had to take disciplinary action back in early July with Speedy, and we would have suspended Speedy until the end of Culturama. We felt that he needed some time to
You suspended him
to start. Yeah,
for what?
he was going. Well, the infraction was missing gigs
Okay.
without excuse, without reason, without notice.
So when you say we,
The band will
which we?
the band
How,
the band.
like you
I don't
Delhi?
I don't act I don't yeah.
Oh, you
We
weren't
had a
there.
meeting. We had a
Okay.
Yeah, I was there. Everybody. I don't
You
I
voted
don't
on that?
I have never I have never I'm not gonna say I've never.
It
I
wasn't a
have
tyrant
always
approach.
No, I have never been
Okay.
that way, and
Gotcha.
nobody could ever say that that's the way I operate.
Got you.
From since Core's inception, it's always run democratically. We have a
Got you.
meeting, we hash out the issues, we vote on it. Sometimes I don't always get my way, but I said,
Got you.
if this is what the team dealing with, this is what the team dealing with. So in
Okay.
July, the band would have met after multiple absences. And I'm talking like you miss a gig today, without any notice or anything like that. We sit down, have a meeting, you apologize and say you're sorry, you have something going on, whatever. And then 2 weeks after, brap again, right? And
Okay.
it started to take a toll. It started to take a toll on the other guys, and they decided that they needed to do something, because if you're a musician playing in a band, it's very stressful to know that you practice a set or you practice something with a whole team, and then when it's time for you to execute, part of the team missing, last minute without any warning. So you got the guys on stage now scrabbling, having to go script, right? And keeping in mind, this is with a relatively new. You got Miller, you got Alec who have just joined. They're still trying to build the chemistry.
Yeah.
And then having this. So we took some disciplinary actions, and Speedy was asked to sit out Culturama to start through whatever he needed to start through, and that was that. Culturama has been over, and we're still waiting for Speedy to come back.
Oh. So he took that to offense then and never came back.
I don't. Speedy and I talk. We talk all the time.
Was he expecting you to ask him to come back?
The last time we spoke concerning that, my words were this. Speedy, nobody won you out of the band. You haven't been fired. You haven't been terminated. You're still in our group. You're still in our group chat. You know when the band is practicing. All you need to do is come, speak to the guys them, and let me work out things. Let me work out things. I can't go to Speedy and tell Speedy you're back in the band when he would have matched the toes of some of the other guys. That's not how he works.
I got you.
You come back to the band and we hash things out. But in the meantime, the face of the band has and I could get to the Delhi thing, but in the meantime, I got back to play. Miller ain't in the band no more. You Speedy in there. I can't for marketing purposes. I can't be using a picture with
Speedy.
with half of the. You understand? Yeah, it ain't make no sense. It ain't make no sense. So what happened? For Culture Magan there? We were on the Wet Fete, I believe. Yeah, we were on the Wet Fete, and Dangles was a DJ on the Wet Fete, I think, and he realized that Delhi was there by himself, and decided to take one of the spear mics and help out Delhi.
Oh, really?
Without practicing anything like that, just to back up and so on. And afterwards, I was like, "Why, Dangles? I didn't know that you got a kind of vibe there, and you could hold your own, harmonizing and so forth." If Wet Fete was a Saturday, our next gig would have been Long Jam, and I told him, "Dangles, pass through if you're available, pass through and help you out, because we gonna for Juve you're gonna need the help." And Dangles was hitting, and Dangles wholly own was a big help to Delhi, and we just liked his vibes. Long Jam. Well, Parade he came back Parade. Parade was our last gig until I went on vacation. The band didn't play while I was on vacation. But when I came back, then went into the whole Miller issue and the Miller story, and we had a meeting. We had a meeting before Dangles was thing. This was when the rest of the band decided maybe my suggestion was a good one, with me coming back to play and be back in the driver's seat to stabilize things. And in that meeting, I suggested that we ask Dangles to join, which he said yeah. And so Dangles started when we started rehearsing again. Dangles started rehearsing. So I didn't take any bookings. I didn't take any bookings for the whole October because I was obviously rusty from not playing for 2 years. Since bookings October, we rehearsed. We did 1 or 2 gigs in November with me playing. So it was Delhi, Dangles, myself, Duchess, and Alec. And then the band itself saw some changes. There's some changes in Delhi's attitude in particular. Not practicing, right? Not practicing, because although I'm back in the seat, and Billy and I would have played together for so long, I felt that I needed to practice more than I used to. One, because I'm personally rusty. Two, the band need to work on building back a vibe and building back a chemistry. Three, we have Dangles around, and Dangles never been in a band before. Yeah, he's a DJ and whatever, and he could think, but we need to practice, right? So the rehearsals wasn't coming as often as we would like. In addition, and some people may give me the wrong on this, but I'm strong in this conviction, and the rest of the band shared my conviction that it's my experience that when you're building, you have to be aggressive. The band has to be aggressive, and I've always been aggressive in this band thing, right?
Yeah, based on what you tell us.
I am one who don't like to sit down and wait for gigs to come to me.
Yeah.
Right? And the shape that the band was in, are still in, we need to go back and hustle. We have to go back to the roots. We need to go back to taking our product to the people, and we just can't sit down and wait and wait for gigs to come in. So that would mean that we will have to be selective in doing some promotional gigs. All right? The rest of the band agreed with what I'm saying, and we decided to do some promotional gigs, not too much, but just enough so that the band is playing regular enough. And without going into too much detail, I guess Delhi didn't want to do any of that. They didn't feel the need for the band to do any of that, much of that, whereas the rest of the band wanted to do all of that, and that became a little tense type situation, which we had to manage. So there was, fast forwarding out to December, there was 1 or 2 gigs. No, not 1 or 2. There was a gig that the band wanted to do. No, this is a paid gig. It wasn't a promotional gig. It was a paid gig that the band was hired to do. And for whatever reason, Delhi decided that he doesn't want to do the gig, where the rest of the band wanted to do the gig, or needed to do the gig. But he decided that he didn't want to do the gig and the band shouldn't do the gig.
Okay.
So that kind of rubbed all of the other band members a kind of way, because they felt that his interest was slipping, and probably he doesn't have the same type of motivation that they currently have. So that was this straw that kind of broke the back, building on the fact that we have to be doing the work ethic as far as making songs, doing the gigs, rehearsing, and then now you're trying to dictate what the band should or shouldn't do without going against the consensus of the group, right? The guys decided that they wanted to continue and do the gig in question, and let Delhi sit it out. And so before I spoke to Delhi, because I got the consensus of the band that this is what they want to do, because the band would have had commitments, and the only person that we had to sing as a frontman would have been Dangles. Dangles agreed. Dangles can't hold long no gig. So I would have reached out to Tebulous and I asked him to do me a personal favor. Not the band, do me a personal favor. Because me and Teblos good like that. Tebs, I need for you to do me a favor. I need for you to do a couple of gigs for me in December. Some smaller gigs, the private parties, holiday parties, that kind of thing. Nothing too major, nothing too deep. I need for you to do me a favor and do a gig. And he was, Teblos, my blow, me rusty and me thing, but I can't tell you no. So we didn't even practice. We practiced once. We got a list of songs that I know he knows. We put together a small set to get us through December. And even did the gig. I told Delhi what I had to tell him. That band has decided, and he left the chat. After doing the gigs, he I guess he felt away that the band would have done what the band needed to do, and he ain't passed back. So I would have just had a conversation with Tebulous. I told Tebulous, well, this is the jam. Tebulous, he said he really enjoyed the gigs, by the way. One of them was a gig in Montserrat. The band had to go to Montserrat. We did Juve.
Oh, really?
Juve Parade. Yeah,
Okay.
we did their last lap with Montserrat with Tebulous. I guess those gigs sort of gave him the little digger.
Yeah.
And we met afterwards, and he's like he really liked the vibe, and he gonna think because let me back up a little bit. After the tune for tune that we did with Tebulous and Odyssey,
Easy.
we started talking with Easy. Sorry, Tebulous and I started talking more regularly because he told me that he wanted to get back into the artistry thing. He wanted to put out 1-2 songs, and then that was music to my ears, because I want to put out music. I want to do music. I love making music, and so we started talking about if I got song ideas, rhythm ideas, and so forth, send them to him because for 2023 he think he want to put out some material and so on. So in having our conversations early this year, he really got the bug. He had the bug for putting out music before. Now he got the performance bug. So we were able to negotiate, and I told him I'm gonna need him to be the new front man, the new face. He gonna have to carry the weight. He's no stranger to them kind of burdens here. I know it's going to be a little challenging for us, for all of us, him too, being out of the game for a little while. The questions will come up about relevance and all that sort of thing. But we feel strongly that good music would always win. Good music people always appreciate good music, and the truth is, our immediate competition, they ain't no younger. Smiley older than me. Mention older than me. I older than Tebs. So
I feel you.
The truth is, the age ain't really got nothing to do with it. The question might be style, but that's just nothing. There ain't nothing we can fix with production.
So that's your aim.
I believe, and we believe that the music, not the lyrical content, the voice. I'm talking about the
Mm-hmm.
music itself now. I believe that my music, my arrangements, my rhythms, how I do things. I think I still believe I'm relevant, really relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Which so that is not a question. So Tebulous is a great writer.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just and Tebulous has always been somebody who's up to the time, right? Tebulous has always been up to the time, always been somebody who's been pushing the musical envelope here in Navy. So I don't expect anything less. I know he's very calculating.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying this because he's my new frontman, but Tebulous is
Mm-hmm.
very calculating, very observant, pays attention to what's going on, and he tailors his thing accordingly, and he's been able to attain success with that.
Got you. I'm gonna roll you back a little bit because I know Lee Wyatt said people talking about people saying money was a problem. So she asked if you could clear that up, if any money was any issue in this
Money,
whole yeah.
I would think not, but I could put some facts on the table. Um,
Mm-hmm.
as I stated before, I never ever charge them guys for anything.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know some people would have tried in the past to whisper in the ears. Um, you win Soca Monarch, and let's say you win a $10,000. Um, some people may want to whisper in the ears and may want the artist to feel that at the end of the day you win $10,000 and that $10,000 goes straight into your bank account. But you got dancers to
Mm.
pay, you got clothes to pay for, you got fireworks to pay for, um, and you're forgetting the deal. The deal is we make all these investments. If we win, we win. We all win. If we lose, we all lose. So I know people in the past would have tried to get into their heads. I don't know if that's the case, but I don't feel that there's any issue there. That's how I know producers and arrangers work in the
Mm-hmm.
circle around in the region, right? As far as any other money issues, as I said, there would have been at least um, in 2022. Well, not well, yeah, in 2022, I would say probably for the whole of 2022, we probably would have done um, no more than 3 promotional gigs
Mm-hmm.
where the band will go out and work at no charge or reduced rate.
Mm-hmm.
So band members won't get their full payment, but that is done and negotiated, and they know about this beforehand. There ain't no
Got you.
surprises there. Um, the only other issue would probably be one that all bands face, where you work and there's a little delay in payment. And I'm speaking to one major vendor in particular, and that would
Culturama?
be Culturama for the whole of
Mm.
2022. The only entity that we had to run behind for months for payment would have been Culturama.
Culturama.
Culturama would have been, yeah, Culturama ended in August. We got paid from Culturama December.
Yeah, Culturama need to do better. Cause at least Suti been give you
And
$500 one time.
right. And
Mm.
and Reese and Ira, let me say this. In a normal year, when business is running as it should, we don't wait for payments to come in to
Mm-hmm.
pay for pay our members, right? But we're just coming out of the pandemic. The band hasn't been playing. The band ain't got the kind of bank that it would have had 2019 and beyond.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We didn't have the kind of resolves that that we usually do.
That's true.
And I really don't want to go down the road, but I'll wait until I really have to defend the brand and my name, because the last thing anybody can get a chance to say is Corey Masa Blue Tyson thief anybody money. So I would hope I won't have to go down that route. But when the band is up, the band takes care of his members. The band would have taken care of all of the members at certain point in times, advances, etc., etc., etc. When the band is up, the band is up. The band take care of its members. The band playing. If somebody drop in a hole and they want a $500 to borrow, they want to advance. The band up. The band got the bank. You understand? Here, take that. Take that, and we work it out afterwards. So it would be unfair, I think, for anybody who would want to try to go down that road to talk about any money issues, because it's far from that, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
man. So Reese had to drop off because he got to get up early, to go to work. So
Yeah.
and I just feel like
I
we're
did tell
still
you.
in the conversation.
I did tell you. Yeah, I did tell
Understood. I mean, this is your opportunity to get it out there and clear the air. And a lot of speculation has been floating around. So I know one person said,
I
well,
understand that.
Tusty leave, Delhi leave, Speedy leave, and the only person there is like Corey. So it got to be Corey do something, that kind of weather, because you're the what's the word I'm looking for? You're the common factor. So it's like I don't know. I want to hear from Corey. Cause Corey in the business long time. So
no, I am a very determined person, and Core is my baby. I won't say it's mine. Parent, right? Core is my baby, and Core ain't gonna fail. Core ain't gonna fail once I don't want it to fail. So whoever want to leave, whoever want to come, whoever want to go, that's fine.
yeah.
As long as I'm around, it ain't gonna fail. Because the truth is, Ira, right? What Core is going through, right? What Core is going through ain't nothing different than to what other bands would have gone through in the past. It's just the difference is that at that point in time, probably everybody would have given up and say, you know what, we done. But I ain't gonna give up. And if it means I gonna be the last man standing at certain times, then so be it.
Understood.
I
And that's how you
can.
got to be.
I feel. Right now, Nevis is really suffering when it comes to the band culture.
Band culture, yeah.
We're trying hard to build it back. A lot of good things came out of the pandemic, and a lot of bad things as well. But one of the good things that came out of the pandemic, Easy and I would have been able to make amends. I spoke about some of the cold feelings from the past. So Easy and I would have made amends, and we got to talking, and he's back with Odyssey right now, and we understand that we got a responsibility to Nevis music. We got a responsibility to Nevis music. We have a responsibility to band culture to really push and try to maintain the thing. If I were to give up in October, if I were to give up in October when everybody else gave up, gave up in December.
Yeah.
If I were to give up and say, you know what, I done, what would happen? Where would Nevis music be moving forward? I'm not saying that I'm carrying the weight of Nevis music on my shoulder. I'm not saying that if I done, then everything goes to hell. That is not what I'm saying. I don't want anybody to misunderstand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that at this particular point in time where we're at, right? If Koban fails, we in a shambles right now, because we've been seen as the top band for a while. Odyssey is regrouping. You got the new band, the young band, the new wave, right? And they're really trying. But as far as being established, being a band to be called to be doing gigs in Nevis, St. Kitts, and so on and so on. If we were to pack it up and call it a day, the way that the music business in the federation is right now, there's hardly any promoter that doing it for the love of music. They're doing it to make a dollar. And no promoter gonna be like, well, the Nevis band, they may really say nothing, but I really need to get on a Nevis band because no, it don't work so. It don't work so. It don't work so. So I'm tired. Not in the sense of me got the energy, but I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
I've been doing
A
this a
very
long
long
time.
time.
I've been doing this
high school.
I've been doing this band, since '93.
Yeah.
This is 2023.
That's 30 years.
I went on the band. I went on the road for the first time with my school band, 1993.
Hot shots.
This is 2023. 30 years.
30 years. Congrats.
I've been doing it a while. I still love doing it. But I'm getting tired. But I was hoping that the band would have been in a position where I could have been okay. I got the succession plan in place.
Yeah.
I could step back. But the succession plan ain't work out. And I can't just say, well, right? So yeah, I'm back at it. Gonna course correct. Fans, I have to apologize to the fans. Was one of my reasons for doing this. I haven't been as vocal as I should have been. I know a lot of the fans want to know what's going on, what's happening with their band, etc. What's happening to Long Jam and so forth. In good hands still. Coban gonna deliver. Long Jam gonna be even bigger next year.
Next year or this year?
Not next year. This year.
Okay.
I said I lost focus last year in particular, and 2021. I found myself being a little more involved in Culturama. That sort of took away some of my focus as well. I'm not going to be as heavily involved in Culturama this year. So my focus really is to really get Coban on the path, so that yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like you can do it too. You know what I mean? And Before the interview, we had a whole conversation about Long John and the effect of Long John and Juve Morning, and taking. I don't know if you want to get into that right now. I would just ask it. I know
Yeah, well,
somebody want to know if there would be a
I would
reason for
have.
Long John this year.
There's always a reason for long term. There's always a reason for the biggest part on the road. Um, there is going to be a reason by the time the songs start to come out and so on. You're gonna know. You know, Long Jam would have gotten some flack for it over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Um, a lot of detractors, the younger people who say a lot of the haters, the Long Jam haters would say that um, Long Jam destroying this way. I beg to differ. Um, what needs to happen in Charleston in particular, and it's
Mm-hmm.
something that I would have tried to speak to some of the other bands about. They just need to get up to the time and offer an experience in town. What that what what that experience is, I don't know, but it just can't be the fact that
You're on
um,
the road jamming.
Odyssey on the road. Right,
Mm-hmm.
they got to be creative.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah. 'Cause
I
everybody
can't
got
I
their
can't I
packages
can't
now.
take on that.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I can't take on that. Um, I wish I could, but I can't take on that and tell them what they need to do. But they're gonna have to dig and build back the Charlestown experience. Right now, Long Jam is a juggernaut, um, and you can't take away the Long Jam from the people. Crazy, can't do that.
Because I mean, I would
Can't
say
you can't do that.
they had times where there was Long Jam and still action in town and Long Jam would have been empty. You spoke about that,
Right,
right?
right, right,
So
right, right,
it's
right,
not just that
right,
because you have Long Jam, people going to the Long Jam because they want to be a part of the Long Jam. It has to be something that you're
right.
offering, like you say, your marketing strategy of the Long Jam, the biggest party on the road, whatever it is, make people gravitate towards the Long Jam. You know what I
Right,
mean? So
right,
I
right,
think
right,
I think
right.
you have a solid point here, right? Step it up, make people want to
And
stay in
and
town.
and
I used to catch bus from
and
country, go back a town, back and forth when I think it was Casanova and some other
Casanova
band I
used to
can't
do it
remember.
up until,
Yeah,
yeah,
I would have
Casanova used
been
to do it
in
up until
between.
2009, 2008, somewhere around here.
Yeah.
Um, the truth is, when Odyssey was in their prime, when Ultra was in their prime, the Charleston used to be lit. Charleston used to be lit.
Yeah.
Um, what? Let me segue a little bit, because I want to touch it because it's something that bother me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there are some folks
Mm-hmm.
of influence
Mm-hmm.
that feel that the solution to fixing the Juve problem in Charlestown
Mm-hmm.
is to simply bring up a Sankis band and put it on the road in Charlestown. That
Mm-hmm.
does not fix the problem. The problem that we're facing is that our bands need help.
Mm-hmm.
They need help not only musically, but maybe in the marketing, promotion, and creating that buzz in Charlestown. The bands, the promoters, whoever doing Juve things in town need help. The solution is not just to bring up a Grandmasters and put them in town,
Mm-hmm.
or to bring up a Sugar Band and put them in town, or bring up a Collision and put them in town. Yeah, that's a short-term fix,
Mm-hmm.
but then you're not fixing the fundamental problem. The fundamental problem is that our band culture, our bands in here is, then we need help. We
Yeah.
need help, and I don't believe just saying, well, Odyssey ain't saying nothing, so um, to hell with them. let me get my masters. That
Mm-hmm.
does nothing for Nevis culture, and the Nevision entities. It bother me because you got
Solid
people who
point.
supposed to know better.
Yeah.
You got people who supposed to know better. They want to go the short way and short route and short change their own Nevision entities just because
Mm-hmm.
they don't want to put in the work into building what Charlestown should be. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I see one or two comments here. They're saying, "Oh yeah, start the long jam in town or whatever. Done away with long jam and bring." That does not fix the problem. That does not fix the problem. That just skirts around the problem of not doing anything to develop the
Yeah.
thing.
I mean, like I said, you go back and in history and you realize the long jam is not the problem. Lee Wyatt brought up a good point though, where Juve is cut off because you got to go to Herbert's Beach now, and I think that has always been a problem because core reach a tongue, the session's supposed to really get tense now. Oh no, pack it up. Let's go. The other thing that I found is back in the day, you used to have pre-jams. We don't have pre-jams
Right.
anymore, so it's just go up on the road Juve morning and last lap, and that's it. And I think that in itself is
Well,
killing band culture.
yeah, I agree. I agree. I know. I don't know if it's what started it,
Mm-hmm. It was crime,
right?
right?
I don't know if it's what's no. I don't know if the Hobos Beach had anything to do with the reason why Juve stopped. But
Mm.
um, from from an official standpoint, um, one of the reasons that we get hit with is it comes from the law enforcement, and
Mm.
their reasoning is that um, limited manpower working a 5-day weekend with multiple events. They're gonna say, for example, let me take it from the Friday night. Okay, Friday night there's going to be some sort of big fete or something that gonna need policing. Um, in a couple of hours, the fete gonna go down until 6 o'clock. Couple of hours from 6 o'clock, food fair start, policing got to start again.
Mm-hmm.
Food fair go down until whenever. Show policing again.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday they might get a little break Sunday morning, but Sunday evening they got a Queen show and they're in the village until wee hours of the morning, policing again. Then Juve from 5 o'clock right down until 12, policing again. There might be Hobos Beach, policing again.
Mm-hmm.
Some sort of event, police in the night, policing again. So that is the reasoning given,
Yeah.
and it is a valid point,
Excuse.
but it's not a point.
No,
It's
it's
yeah,
an excuse. Because
yeah,
for one of
because
the
because
one of the
they
problems
could
we
get
have,
yeah.
yeah, we got the defense force. That's not supposed to be police, but we like to use them as police, and they're not defending the country from anything. So we could bring the entire defense force from Sinkits and have them rotate
I agree.
properly.
I agree.
You see what I'm
I
saying?
agree.
Because
I
it's not
agree.
like we can be
So
invaded.
no, no, I agree. 100% agree. Because that is
Mm.
conversations that I would have had in the past. Why don't you just get um, um, uh, more personnel from
From
St. Kitts,
Sinkits. Yeah.
um, and then you get into the well, who gonna pay for that and all kind of thing and all kind of thing. So it could happen. It's just that it has to them kind of negotiations have to be had above like our level.
Yeah.
That has to
Molly,
be
look.
that has to be our yeah.
No, go ahead. That's how to be our. Sorry to cut you off.
No, that has to be done. That has to be done um, above our level. I want to believe that has to be negotiated and implemented
Mm-hmm.
from a national security level.
Hey.
The excuse is also going to be made that other places in the Caribbean, Juve finished 12. So they're gonna want to use that
This is the
as
biggest summer
precedent.
lime.
I
So
agree. I
you can't
agree,
be the
and
biggest summer lime and follow everybody else. You gotta stand out. What makes well,
yeah,
you
I
know
believe
why I
so.
get Nevis? Because Nevis don't cut off the Juve at 12. No,
Right.
I could go
It
Antigua
could be the
then.
home. That could be that could be something that could be used. You know,
Yeah,
Nevis Culturama, the home of the 12-hour Juve,
yeah.
5 to 5.
And the bandman are willing.
People will love it.
You just yeah.
People,
People love to
people,
party.
people, people will love it. But
People love to
as I said,
party.
I, that's in the hands of other folks.
I get the sense
Let's
that
hope that they're listening. And
oh go ahead again. I
I said
want to
that's
touch on Molly. Molly
okay.
and your heart
Sorry,
about
I was trying
bringing
to talk and
yeah. I know Molly and your heart about this long jam not being in tongue. So I want you to like Molly wants you to bring the action in tongue. I get the sense he don't want to exercise, so you know want the woman.
no. Well,
You get
here's how I feel about that.
yeah.
Um, a few years ago, up until maybe 2017 or so, um, it was we made a very strong effort to wash the jam, to try
Mm-hmm.
to get into town um, early.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there are some people who would say, "Well, why don't you just leave earlier?" Now, the truth is that we can't, because of the long jam route, we can't leave
Mm-hmm.
no earlier than 5.
Mm-hmm.
We have to be mindful. We're passing through people neighborhood and so forth. We can't
Mm-hmm.
be,
Mm-hmm.
coming through at 3 o'clock, right?
It's culture.
Um, so yeah,
No, they got to understand. They got
we
to understand.
yeah,
No
and
sleep tonight.
we jam on the main road. We jam on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
main road too. And while the band is on the road, the touring traffic and so forth sometimes is a challenge and so on. So I understand the logistics in all of that. But up until like 2017 or so, right? Up until 2017, we used to try to hustle the jam to get into town. Lucky for us, the Culture Committee made a change to how they judge road march, which I
Yeah.
think is I think it's a good model. Maybe Sankis can look into it where they have women judges,
Mm.
so that a band doesn't have to worry too much about passing a
Passing judgment point.
particular judging point. The
Mm.
judges come to you.
Yeah, that makes
They
sense.
give you a signal or whatever. They give you a signal, let you know that they're there, and you change gears and you perform your song, you get judged, and the judges go on their way.
Mm.
So since they would have put that in place, we found it more important to give the people a good experience on the long jump.
Mm-hmm.
Let people party at their own pace. Whenever we reach, we reach. The fact of the matter, we're giving people a good experience. Our mission is to give the people the best party at the
Mm-hmm.
biggest party on the road.
I feel
If,
you.
if those folks are in town, we're not catering to the folks that are in town. No disrespect meant, but
Mm-hmm.
the party is where the party is in country. If you
Yeah.
want to get that, come meet we, come experience that. And the reason why the long jam goes year after year after year, because there are people who are always skeptical about it, that who never tried it. Once they try it, they come back year after year after
Yeah.
year, because they get a good vibe.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They get a
Yeah,
good
the
vibe,
last time I do a long jam,
right?
I
So
sleep 24 hours straight. So I never went back. I've been tired, I've been mashed up.
you went back.
I sleep 24 hours
What did
straight after because I had end up do
but
the
you
don't sleep thing.
oh, you can if you're doing long jump,
Yeah,
if you're
the
doing long
don't
jump, you can't
sleep
do that.
thing. Yeah, oh yeah, I did it though. And I slept and I woke
Yeah,
up, and when I
but
woke up
the
it
reason
was the
why
same
the
time I went to
reason
sleep.
the reason why you're not doing it isn't because you didn't have a good time.
No, no,
The
no, no,
reason
no.
you had a good time.
Yeah, yeah,
Maybe you
yeah.
had
But
too much of a good time.
I could do it shorter too. So I think I did the long jump one time coming from where you start market shop over the by the
No, we
bridge.
start Beach Road, Beach Road.
Oh, you start
We don't
Beach
go
Road
so
now?
far high up.
Okay, okay, okay,
Yeah, just above Striker.
okay, okay, okay. Beach Road.
But
That's a
we
good spot.
would have done two things. The last two long jumps, um, we would have had our bar trailer set up in a way,
Mm-hmm.
like a infirmary. So
Oh
if you
yeah?
don't want to walk, you could go, you could go and cool out on the
Yeah, yeah,
top,
yeah, yeah.
something like that.
That's a good
Catch
idea.
yourself, yeah, catch yourself, and rejoin the thing. People like that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
People
That's a
like
good
that.
idea.
We would have done that. We would have done that last year and 2019.
Yeah,
So
they
that's
rode
another
heavy,
thing
man.
that we're gonna bring back. Yeah, yeah.
They rode
Um,
heavy.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay, so even to like people who saying long jump should reach town faster, you ever thought about maybe making it a medium jam rather than a long jam? Maybe start by Morning Star? No,
Then it
no.
won't. Then it won't be a long jump.
I
No,
think
but I'm gonna tell you this, Ira.
I think Morning Star is still a
For the
long
past
jam,
couple
to
of
be
years,
honest.
mm-mm,
I,
the jam started to
no?
pick up Manchester.
Oh.
No, the jam started to pick up in Manchester.
That when
Um,
people reach, that when people are start to jam from, that
yeah.
what happen.
No, but I'm gonna tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, and people and people who would have done the long jump in the past would know
Mm-hmm.
this. The band reaches to reliable motors
Mm-hmm.
by 10 o'clock every Juve.
Oh yeah? That's early.
But the crowd will be, but the crowd will be so thick. It takes us
Yeah.
2 hours
Because tongue
with
so
the
tight.
congestion and so forth. It takes us,
Tongue
yeah,
is tight.
it takes us
Yeah.
2 hours. It takes us 2 hours by the time we do the one two little clash and watch the trailer, blah blah
So,
blah.
so
Uh,
this make me now wonder, should they move Juve out of Charleston?
that's a conversation that has been tabled in the past. The question is, where do you move it? I know there's a conversation about that for Sugar Mass as well.
I'm back with you. You there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I don't know what happened just now.
Um, is software blanked out? I don't know. I need to call this and ask them why my software blanking out. You remember what happened when we were practicing? Or when we were testing?
Yeah,
This
yeah,
happened just now.
same thing.
I got blanked out.
Yeah,
But,
the conversation
like, we
the
still live?
conversation has been had about moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
know. Look so.
Yeah, I think we
The
still live.
conversation
Yeah.
has been had. The conversation has been had. Do we move Juve out of Charlestown? I know the conversation has been had about moving Juve out of Basti as well. With the size, with the size of bands and the amount of bands and so forth, um, troops and so on. That's a question that has been tabled. Um, I don't, I don't see, I don't see Juve moving out of Charlestown. I know there has been some talk about regulating the height of trailers. I don't know if they're going to regulate the width as well. Um, we'll see. We'll see. But the congestion is real. Um, I know there's consideration for vendors. I know the tents on the side of the road um, makes the roads substantially narrower. Um, I don't know. It's a
Hmm.
conversation that could be had.
Okay. Um, I think I'm frozen. You could hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay. I'm frozen. I don't know what's going on. Give me 1 second. Let me refresh my. Should be moving again. Yeah, there's a conversation. I think
Yeah, you're back.
we should probably visit. Um, I mean, whatever would make the festival better because we love the festival, right? So once we love the festival, then we
No doubt.
definitely, yeah,
We
we
got,
want
we got to stay liming, and
like
jamming.
jamming, and I guess you gotta do. I mean, God's will. I plan to be on the road for long jam. Um, I signing up for that this year. I want to be in
Sign up
that.
early
Yeah.
because we never have enough packages.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
last year we sold out really fast. We underestimated people's thirst um,
Oh, okay. No,
for for
okay,
the, for the
okay.
long jam. We've been every year we add, we add. Believe it or not, the first time we did Juve packages, we would have sold probably 50. Fast forward to now, we're doing 650 up. So
Your wife misbehaving in the
lobster
chat.
roll and empanadas. She's defending.
Yeah.
Please, please block if necessary.
No, she good. We don't block here. We keep it real. And lobster roll and empanadas, fried chicken and everything. You gotta be better
Yeah,
on the road. You look like a dad again got to do in a tongue if they want people to stay at tongue. But
yeah.
Korean
Well,
nights late
that's
by
the
you
thing,
too. Yeah. So we can
Yeah,
get to
yeah.
wrap it up soon because
No,
it's getting late. And I don't
yeah.
feel like we get to talk
It's
about
up to you.
everything, which is impossible. No, I still good. I still fresh. I don't know what the
Well, you could
viewers is
rapid
like.
fire if you want to rapid fire for as long as you can. I'll try to keep my answers short and concise. Um,
Uh,
I don't know if there's anything that anybody in there want to ask.
Well, yeah, because Real Talk Kinda is about real talk. So it's not an interview, it's a conversation. So there's no like we do
Mm.
rapid fire for politicians and so on. But if there's any questions
Oh,
anybody
okay.
really want to get out there, you know what I mean? Because for me, I'm having a real conversation with you about like what's going on and stuff. I
Oh,
wanted to touch like the road march. Like, is road march even necessary? Is road march something that make bands focus solely on the local scene? How core is going to touch the international scene? You know what I mean? Because I
um,
like I was telling Tebulous, where you tell me rapid fire, you got to write them down now. But no, okay, you could go ahead,
okay.
go ahead. I can give you the
Road match.
chance. Go ahead.
Okay,
Hmm.
so road match.
Yeah.
Is it necessary? Yes. Um, maybe we need another um tune of the festival, song of the year, song of the season, whatever
Mm,
you want to call it, people's choice. Maybe we need something else. But from my from my understanding of what road march should be, I know we
mm-hmm,
would have probably um, gotten away from what the actual meaning is. But
mm-hmm,
to me, road march should be the most popular song on the road.
mm,
The song that most people would like or want to hear on the road yeah, that's what it should be. Um, but how do you judge that? Um, some people would want to say that, well, for you to judge the most popular song, you go by the song that's played most on the road. But
mm.
then you could beat that.
Yeah.
You could beat that, right? That using the metric of the most popular song or the most played song isn't a proper metric because people will find ways to cheat and beat that system,
Mm-hmm.
right? So what organizers have done, at least in St. Kitts Nevis, is to have an expanded criteria where you have some judges that take into to account how people react and respond to the song.
Yeah.
And that sort of thing, which I believe until a better system is proposed, that may be the best way, as long as the judges understand how to judge. I would have judged road march in the past in St. Kitts, and what I look for. Of course, there's the musicianship of how a band executes playing that song, but me personally, don't weigh that too heavy, because that shouldn't be a factor in determining whether or not the song is the most popular song. So what I look at, I focus on the crowd. I don't focus on the number of people. Yeah, that's a factor, but it's not the determining factor, because the most popular band gonna always have the most people. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have the most popular song of the season,
Yeah.
right? So what do I look at? When the song is played, whether by a DJ or the band itself, you look at people's faces. You look at the expression, the joy on the faces. Are these people singing along? If the song is saying "lift off the stress," is everybody doing the action "lift off the stress"? If is everybody repping their flag with 869? Whatever the song is telling them to do, are they doing it? Are they singing? Are they singing along word for word? If a band pass or a DJ pass and everybody in the band in the troop singing the song word for word, and then the next band pass come around with 5,000 people and they sing the song and people just going through the motion, what?
I feel you. Yeah.
So
Yeah. You're right.
so I think maybe the judges chosen, especially on think it's I mean people over here might say the judges over here cheat as well. I can't relate because
Judges
judges
always
has
in
been in my
cheat
favor. Yeah,
every
yeah,
time.
they've
It no
been in
matter.
my they've
Yeah.
been in my favor. Yeah, but over
Mm-hmm.
here, I think the system that we have over here, the criteria that we have over here, is pretty
Yeah.
fair. Um, as I mentioned earlier, I like the fact that
The
we have
room.
women judges over here. It's the same judges, the same panel of judges go around to every band and judge. Maybe Sinkis could look into that. I know in Sinkis they have multiple judging points with different judges at each point. Um, so our system, I like our system. Those folks who would want to say that who are winning too much, those are the ones who are gonna lobby for fixed judging points because they know that they will put us at a disadvantage in particular.
So you won't pass them.
Right, right. I see somebody say, "What about most requested tune on the radio station?" That could be a competition in itself. That could judge for most popular song of the season. However, that doesn't equate to road march
Road
because
march,
what the
car
radio got to do
road
with road march.
march. You got to remember
Road march,
the
right,
main point is
right,
road.
right, right,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah, run the road.
right.
Yeah.
So, as I said, maybe we need a people's choice um, category. But then that again could be rigged because then you would find the people with the
More
strongest
fans.
social media game could win.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. More
with
fans,
more fans
strongest, yeah.
would right.
Would win, yeah.
People who can manipulate the system more,
Yeah. Oh, vote for my
they
song.
they pay
Simple as
for
that. Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yeah, you pay for some bots, whatever you whatever
Yeah.
you need to do. You could beat that. So I don't know,
Wow.
but
Yeah,
what
yeah.
to answer the second part of the question. I think road march is very important. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I don't think we have passed its importance yet. Many people, when after Carnival in Trinidad is done, you're going to want to know who came Soca Monarch,
Mm-hmm.
who came Calypso King, and who won Road March. That's going to be your question.
Yeah.
If it's one song you're going to hear, if you follow carnivals or whatever. If it's one song you're gonna hear, you might not necessarily like it. If it's one
Yeah.
song you're gonna hear, is the road march
Is the
song.
road march song?
So there is some value in it. But road march alone, winning the road march alone, isn't enough to get our bands and our artists out there.
Yeah, yeah. So what is the step to
So,
get that?
somebody say, bill your fans. No, but billing your fans works for the band and the artistry, and there's nothing wrong with billing your fans, and I think everybody should bill their fans, but having the biggest fan base should not determine road
Yeah.
march.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, I mean, even with the fan thing, I know Tyrant said bill your fans no, but fans are loyal. They like a band with the most fans right now, them loyal, they ain't going to another band. They like, and the pool is not growing as fast where you could get more fans. So
Right,
it's only like, okay,
right.
Odyssey might really fall off this year, so people gonna jam with Core because Core hit, Ultra fall off,
Right.
so everybody gone away from there. That's how I see the band thing going in Nevis. It has never really been a balance where fans are shared. You know what I mean? It's like by Odyssey a hit,
No, people switch.
Yeah,
People switch.
they
People
switch
switch.
and that's it.
They're gonna be
But
a small percentage of loyal fans,
I think it
but
seems
that's
like
not
they
the
got
majority.
loyal fans. I think like Sugar Band fans, when I hear
No,
about Sugar Band people talk, they seem like, yeah, I love Sugar Band. I can be
yeah,
with Sugar Band.
yeah, but it's a percentage of, you know.
Mm,
They're gonna be loyal Sugar Band fans. And even with the calling in thing to judge, we know how fans be. A Sugar Band fan is gonna be like, ah, yeah, that small song sweet and I like it, boy, but Sugar Band is my band.
Sugar Band
I
is my
voted
band.
for Sugar Band song.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It's just gonna be like that. I mean, there's nowhere to please everybody, but I do like the idea
No,
of
you can. You
having
can.
more
You can.
categories in terms of not just a road march, um, but also because now we got Soca Monarch, right? So that's another thing that's
Yeah,
supposed to travel as well.
and yeah, and the artists that are not
Mm-hmm.
attached to bands
Mm-hmm.
are at a real disadvantage when it comes to road march.
But that's the
I
problem.
would have seen in the past where there are soca artists that have real popular songs, both Sinkers and Nevis, but
Mm-hmm.
they're not in the conversation when it comes to road march because
They can't go on the
um
road.
a band yeah. But then but
Mm-hmm.
then but then I understand it's a financial thing, but I have always said that the artists that are not attached to bands pool resources and put a band on the road. Put your own band
Yeah.
on the road.
Yeah, but then
But they
that
ain't go
mean you
on, they ain't
go
go
up.
on, they ain't go on,
You say
they
pool.
ain't go on to it.
You say pool. That mean they gotta work with somebody else. Then no. When people hear pool, then I think most women them think more droning. So they don't really want to work with
Right,
nobody else.
right,
Yeah,
right.
you get what I'm saying?
I
And I could
agree.
see
I
it.
agree.
Yeah. But what about travel on the band and ambassadorship of band members and helping governments helping bands getting the opportunity to really get out there and market the product because music is a part of culture. Culture is something that is exportable so that we could have people come here because our largest industry is tourism. And being tourism, we need to offer something. We need to export something. And the largest thing to export is people. So how do you think the government could help you, the bands and stuff? Just a suggestion.
Um, so it's a loaded question.
Yeah.
It's a loaded question. Um, how can the government help? Um, the government can help in a lot of ways. Um, I think one of the things that our artists, our bands struggle with is proper connects. Proper connects as far as marketing, proper connects as far as distribution. A lot of our entities suffer with that. So what government can probably do is to assemble a team, a unit, or something like that, that makes it easier for me to access uh, a US market, make it easier for me to access the Antiguan market. One of the things that I would have suggested in the past would be, for example, um, if if somebody wins Soccer Monarch, guarantee them a performance um, at St. Thomas Carnival, Antigua Carnival, Miami, wherever, right? That's something that government to government, committee to committee,
Cool. Okay.
organization to organization could work on. However, Ira, however, we have a we have you have a you have the challenge of the artists and the bands as well. The artists and the bands have to accept that. Because you get the majority of them in a meeting, um, and the focus gonna be money, cash, short term.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
be the
yeah, yeah.
focus. You get a bunch of artists in a meeting, and they're talking about possible prize monies for winning Soccer Monarch, and all of them gonna talk about, oh, we need the prize money to go up to $20,000. We need road march money to go up. Whatever it is, we need more money for prep. That sort of thing. Whereas I think the pressure could be put more towards, listen, because it ain't gonna cost the government much or the committee much. It's gonna cost them way less than an additional $10,000, right? With the understanding that if this soca artist or the band wins road march or whatever we're talking about, you're gonna go to Antigua to perform. All expenses paid, right? We're gonna give you a stipend for your meals. Don't look for no performance. Don't look for no
Okay.
performance fee.
Yeah.
We're sending you with
For exposure.
we're sending you with we're sending you with a team, right? Not necessarily your team, but we're sending you a team with a publicist, ward manager, etc., etc., etc. So when you go, you're gonna make all the rounds on all the radio stations. You're gonna make sure you're distributing your music. You have your talking points, where to find your music. Your music has to be on the streaming platforms. It has to be an entire package. You can't just up and send a band and say, okay, we're sending you to Miami Carnival. They go perform on the stage, come back on a plane, ain't make no
Yeah.
kind of links, ain't do no kind of promo, nothing for the country, and come back home because
It's just for
they ain't
them.
help
Yeah,
nobody.
yeah. You know, help nobody, not even themselves. But I'm glad you bring up like
Right,
road
right.
manager and publicists and then kind of things, because I know someone had asked me like, if you ever thought of hiring a manager that can take the band to the next level. I don't know what I mean by the next level, but I guess now that you break it down now, you're just one man, right? And you were at the
Right.
point where you were going to um, move into the role of just production and management, right? And even
Right.
that is heavy. Production is heavy,
Yeah,
management is heavy. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I need the help.
Yeah.
I need the help. Ira, yes, I would be totally interested in entertaining that kind of conversation. In fact, in getting ready to kick off with the new team, I struggled for like, because Teblos performed, Teblos agreed to join the band since maybe first week of January,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I struggled for a long time with how how am I going to present this? What's the angle?
Yeah.
Um, what is
Publicists,
the
PR.
marketing plan? what
Yeah.
is I struggle with that. I wound up reaching out to um, a friend slash
Yeah.
business associate
Mm-hmm.
for some advice because I was literally stuck with like,
It's
what's
hard
the
news to
angle, what's
break.
the plan?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, it is,
Mhm.
and what do I do different?
Yeah.
So yeah, to answer the question, I I welcome any and all help.
Yeah.
If somebody was to approach me,
Mm-hmm.
approach the team with a, a plan, a proposal, a core, um, I listen to the interview
Yeah.
and I have a vision and this is my plan. I will entertain it one wholeheartedly
Yeah.
as long as it makes sense and we can do it
Because Corey,
because
you're
it's
gonna
what we
get
need.
burnt out. You're gonna get burnt out if you have
Yeah,
to do
I know
everything.
that. I
Yeah.
know that. I
Yeah,
know
get
that.
burnt
I
out.
know that. I know
Because
that. I know that.
bands are supposed to got like agents and like you say, when you go on the road, you got your road manager and then you got
Right, right,
somebody for your social media team and your publicist. And it's like a whole
right,
big
right.
thing. Not everybody can travel with the
And I
band,
wish,
but somebody.
I wish
Yeah.
more people would understand. Um, I wish more people would understand the intricacies of the
Mm,
the the, the current music business.
music business. Yeah.
Because you hire a band for arguments. Let me put a figure out there. You hire a band hire a band for $3,000. All
Mm-hmm.
right. How much you gonna pay? How much you gonna pay each member out of that?
Member.
Okay,
Yep.
you got to pay the members. You got to put something aside just in case something breaks,
Mm-hmm.
or you need to upgrade something. You
Mm-hmm.
got to put money aside for for um for your marketing your marketing expenses.
Mm-hmm.
What if um April comes and there's no bookings on the calendar? Does the band go a whole month without playing, or do we try to put on a gig?
Yeah.
Do we try, you know, all of that takes money, right?
Correct.
I
Yeah.
can't call, let's say the band decides, all right, we want to try to hit um, St. Kitts. We want to hit whatever event. Okay,
Yeah.
so let me reach out to the promoter. I want to get on. The promoter because I'm the one who's approaching, and I want to get on. The promoter is in the stronger negotiation, the stronger seat at the negotiation table. The promoter could say, "Well, I could get you on, but you're gonna got to find your way here."
Hmm.
Do I ask
So
the Do I ask the band member? Okay.
yeah, I just said that because I was in another discussion where it was said why some of these bands like Sugar Band, Core, like the bands here,
Mm,
say, like if you do get like a visa, right? Go
mm,
to the states and say, look, we're gonna be in the states from this time. Start reaching out to the promoters we here, and then let them start to book you. You get you reach there because the travel costs now, you handle that, you eat that. So go ahead into what you were saying. You were thinking that's a good idea that you go there and then you say, okay, we here in the US now. Promoters start book you tickets because we're gonna be in the US from this time. What do you think about that idea?
Yeah, it could work. It could work. Um, there are entities here that would have done that.
Mm,
There are entities here that still do that. Um, Bands, artists, DJs, or whoever have it. They fund the money to go wherever, and they put out the window of availability, and they get the bookings.
mm-hmm,
Um, with a band is a little bit more difficult, right? One is more costly,
mm-hmm,
right? With a DJ slash a local artist, you may be able to get away with it going in
mm-hmm,
on a regular visa, depending on the
mm-hmm.
level of the band. And there are some people that are shady, especially our own, right? What if Cool got all personal visas and we decide, boss, we're gonna fund the money and we're gonna go Miami, or we're gonna go Atlanta, or we're gonna go New
Mm-hmm.
York, and we go. You got some people here devious like that. By the time you reach to immigration, where you going? You're gonna tell them you're coming in as a band. They pull up your social media, they see whatever. You're coming in to work without a work permit. And this happened to entities here in the past, right? So to go the proper channels of getting the entertainment, the proper paperwork, whether it's a work permit, whatever it is, I forget what it is, but the last figure, it quote at the end of it all, a band gonna have to pay upwards of 30,000 EC dollars
What?
to secure that. Remember, the application fee is only one thing, eh? Remember, the whole band got to go Barbados, to collect that.
Hmm.
The whole band got to go Barbados.
Hmm.
And tickets ain't cheap. So out of the gate, you're down 30,000 easy. You ain't talking about tickets to get to the US or
And
wherever you need to go,
hotel.
right? And
When
hotel,
you go Barbados
right?
and you got
And
eat, you go get around.
right. And now keeping in mind now, you're on the small chair at the negotiation table. Because nobody sent for you, eh? You're calling a promoter, or you putting the word out there that
Yeah.
we're gonna be here, right?
Yeah. So you
So we
might
start
get bookings.
negotiating.
Yeah.
You might get the
You might
bookings, but you might not get the figure that you want.
figure, yeah. 'Cause you don't need to
Right,
recuperate.
but
You know.
but so to go back to your previous question, what can government do? Could government step in and do some of the diplomacy and the country to country, embassy to embassy, consulate to consulate type negotiations for a pool of artists? So instead of applying for Corban, or you're applying for Grandmasters, or you're applying for Sugar Band, or you're applying for X-Man or Easy, you're applying for the permit as the SKN traveling group band, whatever you want to
Yeah.
call it, right? And in that now, you're having the core bands, you're having everybody. So you're making one application for all of the entities that are under that umbrella. Now,
Yep.
how do the entities get in under the umbrella? You have to prove your worth. This is now what
Yeah.
puts the bands and the artists them to work all year round.
Yep.
So for you to fit under this umbrella, these are the you have to do.
Great. Yeah.
You have to release at least 6 songs for the year, or 5 songs for the year. Not only at carnival time. Put out at least one song every 2 months, every 3 months for the next 12 months. That's one criteria. You have to be playing at least twice a month. Whatever the criteria is. And now you give the bands and the artists them some sort of incentive to work, because listen, I want to be on that group in the next 2 years, however long you want to put the window for. But these are things that government, I believe, can do. These are some of the things I believe maybe only government can do, because if you're gonna ask for the bands and the artists to come together and pool to do it, as you said,
Yeah.
once, it ain't.
Yeah, no.
Trust me, it's gonna
And
be very difficult.
it is government's responsibility to create the economic environment that facilitates growth, right? So
Right.
I mean, they cannot ignore that the band is a part of the economic environment. Some people would, just say, oh, entertainment, whatever. You don't need them in society, but that's not true. Everybody need a release.
No, it's
We
not.
need entertainment. Entertainment facilitate a lot of different industries too. So, chicken man get to barbecue chicken. The here just get to do the here, all kind of thing. entertainment.
And not to get too much, not to get into the politics of it all, but it's no secret that I was involved in politics a little more heavily in the past.
Yeah,
But
that's a different
that was one of
conversation.
my platforms.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was one of my platforms. Um, I was one of the first, if not the first, to um to be talking about a ministry of entertainment.
Yeah.
Um, the great Buba was very instrumental in planting
Hmm.
that seed in my head.
Boba.
Um, of getting,
Okay.
yeah,
I
the
think I know him.
ministry of yeah, I think so.
Hmm.
Ministry of entertainment, and I was happy when it was implemented, but disappointed in the implementation.
Yeah, yeah,
What they
yeah.
brought to the table.
Nothing.
Um,
Just a
Fast
nothing.
forward, yeah, fast forward. Let's see what the new administration brings to the table. I'm hoping that they're listening.
Hmm.
There was some talk. There was some talk a few weeks ago. Um, um, there was some talk a few weeks ago of ambassadors
Yeah.
implementing
Oh, okay.
cultural ambassadors. I'm hoping that they move through it with it, but move through with it with a solid plan. Just taking up an artist, a DJ, a band or whatever, and giving them, I don't know what would be entailed, but let's say
Yeah.
you give them a diplomatic passport. Just giving
Oh,
them a
wow.
diplomatic passport and calling them an ambassador isn't enough. We need a solid plan, a solid team, um, with as I said, with a framework of what we're gonna do with these ambassadors, and put the ambassadors to work.
Yeah.
They're not just getting
And when you start
a passport for getting a passport sake.
when you start talking about like diplomatic passports and so on, some people might think that is an absurd thought. But I mean, I think it's fitting. But I do think that the criteria to get that diplomatic passport should be very stringent. And
Yes,
like
yeah,
yeah, you really got to show your work, like because you giving up a diplomatic passport here, like to give up a red
right.
passport that come with a lot of weight. Oh my gosh,
Yes,
it come with
yes.
a lot
I
of
mean,
weight.
maybe we are being overly ambitious when it comes to the diplomatic passport. But whatever it is to be named a cultural ambassador,
Hmm.
entertainment ambassador, whatever you want to call it, it just can be a title, and you give them a work permit, whatever it is, to
Yeah,
travel. We
but
we need you need some proper structure.
that's what diplomacy is about, right? Hi, yo, let me talk to you. This is what I have. This is what we could do. Let me work out something. I mean, you expect governments
Right.
have conversation, right? And then they work out something, and
You
that's
would
it.
hope.
It,
You
you
would
know, it,
hope. You would
it
hope.
doesn't have to be a diplomatic passport. But it's like, yeah,
No.
let's do this. They can pay the taxes. We're gonna ensure that all taxes are paid. I think that is very important,
Mm.
especially when you're coming in the US because the IRS do not make joke with their money.
Right.
So you ensure that
Well,
all taxes are paid
and
and
I
stuff.
know
And
and I know we spoke a lot about, and hinting a lot towards getting into the US. I know, because
mhm.
that's a big market, but we could start with baby steps. We could start regionally.
regional, regional, yeah. It would
Yeah,
be
we could start
nice to go to
regionally.
to
Um,
Trinidad,
yeah, 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 but
um,
let's just say
Windward.
regionally.
You know,
Right, right.
I've never heard of one of the
You
bands going to
you
Trinidad.
Europe.
Yeah,
Our passport allows us to get into Europe,
I feel like
right?
you guys. I feel like a market that the bands here in St. Kitts and Nevis could actually tap into is the Asian market, because the Asian market because the market is so large, they always have a fraction of that market that gravitate to different cultures. So you look at how dancehall has infiltrated like certain parts of Japan and stuff, right? And because the market is
Hmm.
so large, even though the fraction of the market compared to the whole Asian market is so small, compared to what we have here, that little fraction is probably greater than what we have here, you know.
Exactly.
So even
Exactly.
pushing the movie music in Asia.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine a market like Asia where a small concert of 3,000 people paying 50 US a head?
I don't
Um,
even know that it can be that small.
no, but you
Yeah,
get my
but
point.
yeah,
For
yeah,
us,
yeah, yeah.
for us,
That's a
you
big
know,
concert.
that's right,
Yeah, a concert. Oh,
right,
3,000 people is a
right.
huge
For
concert
us,
over there. That's
yeah,
like the
yeah,
place empty, but it's still a lot of money, you
right.
know,
That's a
for you.
that's
Yeah,
150,000 US dollars to
yeah,
us. That
yeah.
could go a long way.
Yep.
But these are the kind of things I would want to get into Asia. But where do I start?
Yeah, that's
I'm pretty sure grandmasters want to get into Asia as well. I'm
wow.
pretty sure Byron wants to get into. I know Byron wants to get into Asia, but
Yeah,
where do we start? We don't have them kind of diplomatic links, but
yeah,
we got embassy over there.
yeah. We
We
got
we do have an
embassies
embassy
all
over there,
over. Hmm.
all
Yeah,
over. What are they doing? What are they really doing for entertainment?
nothing. I don't
That's a
think
question.
entertainment has been a focus. Entertainment seems to be not even a red-headed stepchild, but you know, it's just like entertainment is just not a focus when it comes to these kind of things. I, I
My partner. Go ahead, Ivor.
no,
I don't remember what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
I just hope that like, um, maybe somebody see this and they, you know, they start thinking in the realms of here, because I think the other thing is to for a band, somebody like you know, a band member or somebody who's been in industry this long, you also have to let the government know, let the people them who are in charge, the officials that who are in charge, that this is what this would do for the country and a whole. Remember, you touched on it, right? But maybe they're not seeing it. They're not seeing how doing all of this for a ban is going to help. You know, maybe putting Sink It and Nevis on the map. They don't even
Right,
know that you could come up with a CBI jingle. You see what I'm saying? Because you know that they like a
right,
focus.
right, right.
They like a focus.
My
Yeah,
partner,
no.
my partner Bagnall,
Mm-hmm.
my partner Bagnall made a post
Mm-hmm.
on one of these social media platforms. I think somewhere last week, asking the same thing, and I was talking serious, but I made it. I made my comment a little on the light
Jokingly.
side,
Yeah.
and but yeah, but I believe maybe what needs to happen. I think we need to have all the stars aligned for it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the 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 entity that gets that kind of push um, would have to be an artist that
Mm-hmm.
the decision makers like. They have to have a song currently that the decision makers like.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the artist more than likely would have to support the government in
Current
power at the
power.
time,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
um, and the artist itself gonna have to have the mentality
Yeah.
to push forward and do it. So you're gonna have to align for that to happen. And I don't I don't know. You know to tell you I'm getting a little tired.
Yeah.
Because I've been banging this house. I've been
Mm-hmm.
banging this house since moving back here to Nevis. Um, and I don't know what the problem is.
Mm-hmm.
Why our officials don't have the faith in our music, in our
Yeah.
artists.
I would
The only conclusion I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
I guess we did visit the Dubai Expo, and I guess they understood that. But you know, Dubai being the market that it is, they were happy to send a
Yeah,
contingency over there.
yeah,
But
yeah, but Ira,
mm-hmm,
Delhi was the artist who went, right?
mm-hmm,
And
mm-hmm,
Delhi had a good experience,
Mm-hmm.
but Delhi was kind of tossed into um, into a pool without um, a life vest, flotation device, a map of
Mm-hmm.
how to navigate in that pool.
Yeah.
Um, and just to show you, Delhi Delhi is one of Nevis's premier artists,
Yeah.
right? And he went to Dubai and he had to sing a Ellie Match tune. He had to sing somebody else tune. Then I had to sing Do This. And in in all of it,
Oh, okay.
I want to believe Delhi the artist didn't even get to sing on the stages that the big stages that he had. Didn't really get a chance to perform his own material.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I think I can remember those performances. He was doing covers and stuff when he was over here. So yeah, you do
Right.
have a point. I
Not
was just
and
saying that
and
maybe that's a step
and
forward, but you know.
yeah, but then where was the publicity team? Where was the management? Because core
Yeah.
management didn't go. I didn't go. Not that I wanted to go, right?
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
there were other people who were part of the contingent that could have could have done that.
Mm-hmm.
Make the links. Make sure that there's follow up, etc., etc.,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
etc.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. But you know, we just hope it gets better. You know, because I do feel like we have something to export. We have to look at Trinidad. Trinidad was able to export their music to the betterment of their economy. Jamaica is, you know, reggae.
Right.
You know, you can't dispute that. And now you're looking at Jab Jab starting to touch the scenes. To this day, you still hear people talk about burning flames in Antigua. I don't know how they help the government's help. Well, I'm pretty sure the government's help in a lot of the cases for like
I don't know.
Trinidad and stuff.
I don't know if it's urban legend.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I want to believe that there was some truth to it.
Mm-hmm.
But Burning Flames in their prime, you know, it was a legend that Burning Flames had diplomatic passports.
Mm.
Mind you, that could be urgent.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
However, I do know, I do
Mm-hmm.
know from my time in New York, um, the Ministry of Tourism for Antigua and Barbuda made sure that there was Bonnie Flames was in New York every Labor Day.
Oh.
Made sure that Bonnie Flames was on one or two stage shows.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, Bonnie, they're gonna still do the hustle, the
Mm-hmm.
private hustle. Promoters gonna call them whatever, but they made sure that there was an Antigua float on
Yeah,
the parkway,
yeah.
right? And they were on two, maybe three of those stage shows. I want to believe that their airfare was also taken care of by the
Mm.
government. That much I know.
Yeah. Cause you know you got your flag.
We, yeah,
You know you got your flag there.
we can do something. We can do
It's a
that.
start.
We could do something similar.
It's a
We
start,
can do that
yeah.
similar, something
Yeah,
similar.
it's a start. It's a start. It's definitely a start. Um, well, I don't know if anybody else has any questions. It is late. I know Dangle, I don't know if you
Well,
drink Guinness. You know,
no,
but
no, water.
yeah,
Talking
yeah.
about branding up, drinking it out of me on the road again. Cool, long John bottle.
On the road again. And big up to you. Successful production in this past Carnival Road March, you know. So, you know, big
Oh
up to
yeah,
that.
Thanks. We got out of here, out of the country kitchen. We got
Mm-hmm.
the Calypso Queen, Her two songs were done right here. They were arranged by me, recorded and done right here. And we got the whole match out of here as well. Outside again
Okay.
was written right on the floor there. Um,
Oh,
and yeah,
how
that
do?
was a interesting experience. Yeah.
So I know the kitchen small. I know too much hands spoil the pot. I know all these sayings and so, but if there's an artist out there that's really serious about the craft, are they able to work with you? How do you get inside the kitchen?
Yeah,
How do you? Oh, don't tell me anything. Break up on the question.
there's a young fella. There's a young fella. I ain't gonna
Hold on there,
talk
Corey.
too much
Refresh your
about him yet.
page. Refresh your page. Refresh your page. Just refresh. Just hit refresh on your page so we could get a fresh connection. Spectrum by Spectrum. Don't let me down. Okay, you're back
Okay,
now. Go ahead. Yeah.
refresh. Yeah. There's a young fella that would have
Mm-hmm.
reached out to me. A young and another female as well.
Yeah.
Reached
Okay.
out to me recently, asking me to help. Um, I had to give them a long
So let me see who's.
here to
Ah, hold on, Corey. We having break. We had a little technical breakup there. Try reach out to you and go. You know, like let
go.
me drop the yeah. Say what you're saying. Somebody reach out to you. I'm gonna just drop the bandwidth a little
Yeah,
bit, people. So.
two young people. Yeah,
Mhm.
two young people would have reached out.
Mhm.
I would have given them my long spiel, wasting my time, I wasting their time.
Mhm.
So people reach out all the time. Um, I normally give them a little test just to see how serious they are.
Mhm.
Give them some homework. Nobody likes homework. So once you do your homework and come back, then I know you kind of see
Mm.
you pass the first test,
Got you.
right?
Got you.
So we'll see. But I'm always looking for new talent. I'm always eager to work with um with people. Um,
Mhm.
I wish I had more. I wish I had more time. Um, so I I I would give persons who have natural singing talent, and have that hunger, priority over those that I know that's gonna take some time to
Mhm.
do the voice training and so on and so on and so on. So but that doesn't mean I completely ignore them.
Yeah.
It's just that you know, I say I wish I had more time.
Got you. Okay. I respect that. I respect that. And Corey, I had tell my wife that this is going to be a long conversation. She asked me, "It's going to be a long conversation." I say, "Yeah, it is going to be a long conversation." We have gone over 4 hours, and I think
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
we need to hold back something for the next time. There's a few things that Real Talk wants to at least release a song. So we want to release a song. I also want you to release more live music.
That has been a challenge in the past. Um, that has been a real challenge in the past. Um, and again, I've spoken to some of that in the past where um, the full band in perform, just a bunch of different factors. So since we since the new team, we've been recording every session.
Okay.
Um, every session we record, we sort of treat them as learning tools for now. They're sounding real good. Sounding
Go
real
back
good.
and
I don't want
listen
to
to
be
them.
by yeah, yeah.
See what you could
The
tune,
last
find.
the last session that we recorded, we played at Five Trees last week,
Mm-hmm.
not Saturday gone, weekend before.
Yeah.
That live came out really good.
Oh, so we
Um,
get in that one?
however,
Uh,
um, I don't know. I don't know.
We
Um,
hungry. We hungry. I'm pretty sure
yeah.
people hungry.
Well, the band playing. We're playing twice on Saturday. We're playing for Masarama, which is
Hmm.
the guy in his Division Hybrid Festival,
Okay.
right? That's on Saturday, and then after that, after we finish playing there, we hop on a boat and we go down to Newton Ground to Jim's bar.
Hmm.
They're having a session over there, so we're gonna record both sessions.
Big up you
Um,
guys for that kind of work.
yeah.
Rough.
Um, I gotta say before I go, um,
Hmm.
that the launch of the new team is going way smoother than I personally expected.
Hmm.
Um, the reception has been well.
Hmm.
Um, I think most fans um, understand what we needed to do because they would have seen and they would have known. Neve is small. Sink is Neve is
Hmm.
small. So they would have known some of the challenges that we've been facing. So um, yeah, we've been getting a lot of support. So I want to say thanks to the fans. Um,
Hmm.
you know, it's, and hope to have you continue to be fans and support the band, and continue to give us your feedback.
Straight, straight. I need the music so I could give you feedback. Eh? So
Yeah.
even if you want to drop me an
Um.
exclusive and say, Ira, don't share this to nobody, I will definitely not even play it so nobody else could hear. I walk around with headphones everywhere I go, all day, every day. People want to know what me
Okay.
listen all day, every day.
Well, you're gonna get. I could promise you. I could promise you one of the lives from this weekend.
Okay
Um.
then.
Yeah. I want to believe that those will come out real good. Um. Um. As I said, the last one we've been recording every session. Every session gets progressively better.
Yeah.
Um. And the vibes starting to come. Vibes starting to
Yeah.
come.
Okay.
And um, yeah, we don't want to do the easy thing. The
Mm.
easy thing, Ira, would be for us to stay in our comfort zone. Um, you know, I know majority of the ultra songs, um, and so forth, but we don't want to just rehash that, right?
Yeah.
And it would be doing Travelers an injustice
Hmm.
if we were to do that,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
So we needed to get the repertoire up and in a space where we're comfortable with presenting something fresh to the people, and I really think that they won't be disappointed in the long run.
Okay. I believe that. I believe that. I believe that. You seem like you got a good group with you. And wish you all the best for your future endeavors and giving people good music and releasing a song every 2 months. I hear you say that. You didn't say you were
Yeah,
going
that's
to
the
do it,
that's the plan.
you suggested it, and if you're suggesting it, I feel like that's what you're thinking that you're going to be doing.
No,
So
the
yeah,
the truth is the
yeah,
truth is that we were going to launch with a song,
yeah,
right? We were going to launch with a song, but um, as I hinted at earlier, um, the response to the band
yeah.
has been really good, and we got bookings right down into April, right?
Okay,
So that kind of slowing up the process, um, and the song that we wanted to release, we decided to hold it back, um, because we felt that we should kick off with something a little different,
okay
just to
then.
showcase, just what we got things done in the tank already, man.
I
A
feel
lot of
you.
things in the tank.
I
A lot
feel
of things
you.
in the tank.
Yeah, you can't
I
bring a
gotta
new
big up. I
team
gotta
and
big
that
up.
are not
I
in the
gotta big up
time.
Dangles. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta big up Dangles. Once again, um, this is a man who been pushing the band, pushing the guys, rehearsals and so forth. So I say, publicly, big up to Dangles. Um, really giving me the kind of energy that I believe we've been lacking for a little while. A little
Shout out
while.
to Dangles,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Your
One man wrecking
contribution,
ball.
your contribution is appreciated. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
man. Yeah, man. Yeah,
Well,
man.
Corey, we had a hearty discussion. You know, we got to hear about your history. Um, hot shots. You know,
Hot shots.
come right up. 30 years in the industry. Probably longer than 30 years, but you went on the road 30 years,
Yeah.
1993.
93 was my first. Yeah, it was my first
Yeah,
full culture armor. So
yeah.
I
That's where
was
you
started. I
start to
was
count.
started there.
That's where you
Yeah.
start to
That's
count.
when that. Yeah.
hmm
That's when I
Um,
get paid my first $500.
on time. And
I can't remember if it was on time,
oh,
but
he wasn't
it
on
was only.
time. Well, you had to pay. You had to pay
I don't know.
Rascals. So I feel like he
Yeah,
went on
yeah.
time a
So
little
yeah,
bit.
yeah.
Also, you told us, we spoke about your different hits, your contribution to Odyssey, your contribution to Ultra. I'm pretty sure you had contribution to other bands. You also mentioned contributions to New Vibes. You talk about your relationship with Ruckus. So for anybody who may have just tuned in, I know it's a long interview, but it's worth the listen. You could listen it in pieces. Just go back and pray it. Corey, and let you say you laters to the fans, but from Real Entertainment Network and Real Talk in particular, I want to say thank you for accepting our invitation to come here and chat with us. I know you're a man that supported, so appreciate you all the time, every time, and I hope to be there jamming with the core band and this year as well
Well,
too.
thanks, thanks for the opportunity. I know
Mm.
when I end the call, I'm gonna be met with, well, you like a bang that thing, the song remain in my mouth. But yeah, it's expected when I talk about music and the industry and so forth. As I say,
Yeah,
um, I could go on and on and on. But thanks for the opportunity. For having me. It's always a pleasure. To be here with you guys. Um, Thanks again to the fans. Thanks for being patient. I know past couple years been kind of rough. We asked a lot of you, um, indirectly and directly, and just continue to bear with us. We out the gate now with the new team. Come out, hear us. Masharama is next for those of you in Nevis, and then we're gonna
hmm
be down in Newton Ground by Jim's Bar. That's um, yeah, on Saturday. So come on out, listen, provide the feedback, come party, come jam. We have some fresh things that we want to share with you. And look out for a good 2023.
yeah.
Lots of music, lots of vibes.
I feel it. 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 All the best to you, Corey, and your team. Keep loving the music. All right, Corey.
Thank you.
Um, we go. Um, we're going to cut it
Oh,
off,
I
and
before you go,
yeah.
I just want to say, if there's anybody who need to reach out to me, for whatever reason, more information, just to chat or whatever. Once I have the time, I try my best to respond to messages. Not always on time, but I try my best to respond. So, shoot me a message, either WhatsApp or via any one of the social media handles. Um, I ain't hard to find.
Your WhatsApp, your number for
Yeah,
bookings and stuff.
yeah.
Uh,
Booking, same thing for bookings. 869-662-1188. Masterblood@hotmail.com. That's where I take my music business.
mm-hmm.
Um, Master Blue on Facebook, Twitter,
And as
Instagram,
one
all that,
word,
the same thing. Yeah,
is
one
one
word,
word.
one
One
S,
word.
one S, one
Yeah.
word.
One word.
Masablue.
One word, yeah. Corey, big up yourself. Stick around for a little bit. After I close off the live, I want to say something to you. But yeah, man, thank you for joining us tonight, and just remember to tune in tomorrow to the topics. You don't know the budget release, so you don't know there's a lot to talk about, and we're